Mm-hmm. Nah, I don't know. Hi, I guess, I don't know. Nor uglier followed the nighthawk, which, cold and secret, riding through the air she comes, lured with the smell of infant blood, to dance with Lapland witches, while the laboring moon eclipses at their charm. Thoughts? It's either Paradise Lost, or it could be Faust? I don't think it's Faust. It's Paradise Lost, probably. Hold on. The reveal. Is it? It's Paradise Lost, it's Mountain. That's what I thought. So with this title, I didn't have any idea, so I put word witches into a search in my in the place where I collect all the quotes that I like, and we took it from here. Also, what's this? Sure, there is one way to look at it, but it's totally wrong. Listen, they both need each other. It's called interdependency, and they both know it. Yeah, I know. He does terrible things to Tom. Nasty, even sadistic things, but it's fine, as long as it's what Tom wants. Okay, it's about Tom and Jerry? Think about it. His actions, he's always asking for it. It's his partner's job to fulfill the need, and Jerry knows that. Well, proof? Well, in Tom and Jerry's show, they live with each other. Hello? Hello? Is this from Deadly Premonition? This is fucking good. Hold on. Yep, it is from Deadly Premonition. That's good. That's a fun thing. We should play Deadly Premonition. Should we? We should play Hotel Barcelona, maybe? Because it's made by Deadly Premonition Dev. There's also DDDD, Dark Dreams Don't Die, also made by the Premonition person. Anything else that I'm forgetting? Deadly Premonition. Now gonna catch the killer. Hideaki Suehiro. It's very 65, very Suda. Oh yeah, he was on Spy Fiction. Wait, really? Deadly Premonition D4, Dark Dreams Don't Die. What about Hotel Barcelona? Is he credited? Yep, he is. Death Game Hotel. The Good Life. Role-playing video game, Japanese studio White Owls. Deadly Premonition 2, A Blessing in Disguise. Oh, really? It was... huh? It was done in 2020? That's fun. He did make Spy Fiction. Oh, okay. It was inspired from other games of the genre, most notably Metal Gear Solid 2 Sounds of Liberty and Win Back. Win Back. Tomonori Miyazaki. There is some rabbit hole to be dived into here. I don't care about it though. Yep, Tom and Jerry show. Yeah, there is a lot of quotes from Paradise Lost here. I get it. Also, I was watching Like a Star. Reading Paradise Lost and watching Like a Star. Okay, I need to close it, or else we're gonna be here forever. Okay, Mahoyo time. While we're here in time, we can do a long stream, isn't it nice? Continue. We were in the middle of something, right? We didn't make much progress last time, and The piece of writing that we consumed last time was really bad, I would say. It was kind of horrible. This is all I have to say about this. I mean, nothing really happened plot-wise. We just were introduced to some more characters, I guess. Literally, scene in a church had more value than the scene from a main story, but sure. The weather outside was beautiful, but the sunlight waned early in winter. Before long, daylight would fade, and the unhurried student council room would grow colder and colder. All of the good equipment, like the heater, had added up in the main office, so he had no choice but to settle in for a chilly afternoon. If only this weather would last. Shame the forecast predicted more clouds. After his somewhat suggestive monologue, the Bimaru's mind drifted. He idly wondered, the Bimaru sucks. He idly wondered to himself whether Sujiro was an overcast day or a clear day sort of guy, but no answer came. Okay, cool. Oh, this was the real end of a scene, my bad. The school day over, Sujiro headed straight to his job. While the school had approved his jobs at the Chinese restaurant and fish market in Misagi's shopping district, there were other work he hadn't mentioned to them. And it was not because he knew that they would complain at him working too many, but rather because of the illicit nature of the job in particular. Ooh. Why don't we do it magic? Today his workplace was pachinko parlor in front of a Yashirogi station. Is this legal? Probably not. Sujiro changed out of his school uniform into a black fox tuxedo. Uniform, then began cleaning the storefront. Yashirogi was a jewel of Misaki City, a busy place with a vast assortment of commercial centers and shopping arcades. Where there were people en masse, there were products made en masse. Romantic might describe it as a place of joy. A realist would note the free enterprise, and a cynic would point at all the garbage. Karaoke? Local authorities had attempted to beautify Yashirogi, but there was one basic tenet of society they could not overcome. This establishment was the embodiment of that rule: pachinko. Pachinko. Hi. This establishment was the embodiment of the rule. Sorry, I'm trying to read the Japanese text in the background. Okasaki? No, what the hell is Okasaki? Kanafuji? Well, karaoke and pachinko is the only ones that are identifiable. Businesses such as this attracted the dregs of society, and as such, the front of a parlor had to be cleaned several times a day. Sujiro stood outside in the winter cold, sweeping used-up cigarette butts, picking up discarded litter, and tossing empty cans into the trash. Something about it must have reminded him of a mountain life, because he cheerily finished his job with ease. Excuse me? While making sure the storefront was acceptably clean, he returned to the inside of the parlor where it was nice and warm. Blinding lights, deafening sounds? An oppressive odor of tobacco assaulted him as he passed through the parlor on his way to the office. Boss, I'm cleaning outside. I'm finished cleaning outside. I'm so stupid. Good job, I've got something else for you. Could you go check on the customer on the machine 40 on the second floor for me? I have a hunch she might be cheating. Ooh, who are we gonna see? His boss was a good-natured man who used to work a desk job. The reason he employed someone like Sujiro, even though he was clearly a student, was not because he admired him for working his way through school. Is it because he could pay him less because he's a child? It was because some of the other employees was scary and intimidating, and he wanted the least the least one employee who was not at least one. Here we go. Are you sure? I still haven't cleaned the toilets. It's fine, it's fine. She's in a security camera blind spot, so we have no way of confirming whether she's up to no good. I want you to go because you've got a sixth sense about this thing. Go check on her, will you? Does he has this? Hearing that, Sujiro put away his cleaning equipment and headed upstairs. Dust. Nice. It was a typical large-scale pachinko parlor with 2 floors. It prided itself on being a local establishment that was satisfied with taking the locals' money little by little without resorting to more exploitative means. Nice. But regardless of the parlor's intention, its customers were not so scrupulous. Among them were casual players, professional gamblers, and cheaters looking to profit by exploiting whatever loopholes they could find. I read manga like this. One particular prevalence was a device developed by mid-80s that could disrupt the machine circuitry from the outside and make it much easier to get what was called a 777 jackpot. Is this how pachinko works? Isn't pachinko is a bunch of balls falling down and doing something? I don't know. And each ball that gets into a hole is worth some amount of money? Something like this? As much as the parlor wanted to deny these cheaters entry, it needed to present hard evidence of cheating or risk losing customers. Particularly in the service industry, innocent until proven guilty was not a rule taken lightly. As a result, they could only punish a customer they caught in the act. Such cheaters were known as gotoshi, a slice of society which Sujiro knew nothing about. Can you put like Japanese word here so I could understand its meaning better? Well, what he did know was that they were inconveniencing his employer and violating their rules. Does Sujiro even understand the concept of gambling? He went upstairs. Probably the radio and game machines sound on the second floor were quieter than a cacophony downstairs. There was 100 game machines on the ground floor and over 80 on the second. While there was some empty seats here and there, it was a solid evening turnout. The machine mentioned by his boss was in the center aisle. Sujiro nonchalantly leaned back against the wall and watched the customer hit the jackpot over and over again. Okay, she's a witch, or... Oh, it's her! I recognize this spot everywhere, sorry. The second he saw her, his guts told him that she was not cheating. Why is she here? He still was not sure what made someone a master swindler, but this meant that they were special. This woman certainly fit the description. It was almost... What is she doing? It was almost like he could feel the luck emanating from her. As the customer looked on, she silently turned the handle again and again. Okay, so Sujiro's sixth sense is more like he gets attached to supernatural people and beings and yada yada. She appeared older than Sujiro, yup. She wore a green, form-fitting one-piece dress that looks fucking good. A pair of stockings covering her legs. Her slender legs were gracefully closed, and her elegance suited a painting better than casino. Her dark reddish hair was cut short in a bob, perfectly framed into stylish spectacles and crimson lips. Excuse me? Spectacles? Truth be told, something was off about this picturesque beauty of ringing the jackpot over and over again. 4 boxes full of jingle balls sat at her feet, and her winning streak showed no signs of abating. She looked bored as she slung their porcelain fingers lifted a long cigarette to her lips. Feels like I've seen her somewhere. Just as that thought crossed his mind, her gaze turned towards the wall and Sujiro. Oh! My glasses, okay. Suddenly, it's snowing outside. A chill ran down his spine. He reflexively covered his mouth to keep from shrieking. It's her! It's the woman from yesterday! Oh! Okay, she was fighting some supernatural beings. Okay. Acting on pure instinct, Sujiro took off running. He headed straight downstairs, desperate not to be on the same floor as her. He would have run straight out of the door but for her obligation to his job. Boss, I'm leaving early. The person upstairs is fine. He tried to keep his composure as he spoke, jamming his school uniform into a paper bag and ran out of the parlor. Can you just do it? Nah. You can probably do it. Cloudy weather brought the shadow of night over Yashirogi. Yashirogi, as he ran through the shopping arcade towards the station. He shot up the long staircase like an arrow, quickly pulled his train pass from his wallet, and passed through the ticket gate. Damn, he's scared. The ticket gate was crowded with people standing around, walking and talking. The station attendant by the automatic ticket machine had an unpleasant look on his face. There was no familiar, comforting hustle and bustle around him. Just another day in the city. Nothing like what he witnessed the night before. Are you gonna see a flashback? Phew. He could finally breathe again. The momentary rush of relief brought him to an abrupt stop. He nervously turned around. Uh-oh! There was no way that dangerous individual could be behind him. Wait, why would I even... He couldn't think of a good reason for why he'd fled so desperately. As far as he could remember, he hadn't even seen the threat's face long enough to form an opinion about her. Excuse me? You formed an opinion about her, alright? Sujiro gave himself a good slap on his cheek to push himself together and quickly made his way down to the platform. Unfortunately, the next train was 10 minutes away, and panicking would do him no favors, so he quietly found an empty seat and sat down. Rookie mistake? He took another deep breath. He was surrounded by people waiting for the train just like he was. No sign of anyone pursuing him. His head finally cleared up as he assured himself that he was rethinking things. Why the lady is here? She should be in Tokyo. Though he was surprised at how heavy his shoulders felt. I'm just tired. I'm sure of it. I know my own body best, after all. Is menu gonna show us who she is? She's here. Here she is. Probably. Okay. I'm just tired, I'm sure of it. I know my own body best, after all. Sujiro signed as his greater than expected fatigue. He had certainly struggled since coming down from the mountains, but in retrospect, it could have been worse. Physically, he was probably holding up fine. He was much less confident in his mental state. The city and the mountains could not have been more different. He had been slow to recognize the differences and adapt. Acclimation was simple enough. Humans were nothing if not adaptable. Even though any effort, one would learn to adjust over time. Recognizing the challenges has been the hard part. Actually, it's all been difficult. Muzukashi. Sujiro grumbled, a complaint he never uttered before. To be honest, he was still afraid to wander around town. There were so many things city people took for granted that Sujiro had yet to grasp. It was little wonder that he is never-ending. Is never-ending written together? Okay. Chain of surprises would wear on him. Oh, it isn't my body that's tired. That would explain the hallucination. Would it? He muttered to himself, then shook his head. That which exists, such the way of all things. Tomorrow had called it hallucination, but Sujiro knew what he saw was real. Huh? The city was a magical kingdom compared to the mountains. If there were real magicians secretly living here, that should have been no surprise at all. The thought alone was made his legs tremble. It took him a moment longer to realize that they were quivering out of fear. He had feared the unnatural ever since he encountered a wild bear on a mountain pass as a child. Okay, fun. This is nothing like that. I cried and screamed my hand off back then. Sujiro smiled a little as he recalled his traumatic childhood memory. Anyone would have fainted at the sudden appearance of a growling beast that towered over 6 feet tall. Cool. The monster in the movie that Sujiro saw not 2 days ago. You have time to watch movies was the equivalent of a cuddly stuffed animal when compared to the wild mountain creatures. He was reminded that he'd faced far worse before, and his ordeal now was something he could endure. True, that's what I say to myself. That's right, the problem now is what I heard someone say in the end. What's catch and eliminate supposed to mean? Uh-oh. At a face value, the meaning was obvious, but the implications were simply too frightening to contemplate seriously. Perhaps he was... Damn, there's no getting worse and worse. Perhaps he had misheard the words, or perhaps the speaker had misspoke. The law of the city means someone will deal out punishment eventually. Even as he said it, the idea didn't quite feel real. It was hard to imagine that it applied to him. Sujiro breathed and closed his eyes. Banning bot destroyed. His vision dimmed, putting the illuminated cityscape out of sight and out of mind. For now, he resolved to put last night's events behind him. When he opened his eyes, his breathing had calmed. I wonder, what happened to Maru when he tried to hit Aozaki? Do we really have to bring this up? Because Sebastian suddenly popped into Sujiro's head. He decided he would ask next time and stood up from his chair. A long streak of light blazed by, announcing the arrival of the next train. Oh? Nights. Oh, I should have finished the chapter last time. Damn, just 20 minutes off. Okay. Nothing. That's good. Well, wait. Oops. Okay, so this is what we read right now. This is kind of a fun way to track the progress. Okay. Green. Nights. Nights. Let me tell you how the events of yesterday transpired. Oh, okay. On moonless nights, you must never look back. Was it a lesson, or was it a warning? It was so very long ago. Sorry, snow distracts me. At the time, I could not have imagined what my very being would become. One night it came without warning. I was filled with anxiety so heightened that it made me want to burst into tears, so I fled to my grandfather's workshop. Unlike the grandfather I knew, he smiled and kindly placed his hand upon my hand. Yes, the Red Death follows your every step. Rather than consoling me, he sent me home with only those haunting words. That night I was certain that I sensed a shadow lurking behind me. Something or someone watching me from afar. Then little by little, year by year, it drew closer. Oh, it's Aoko's point of view. Okay. And it's connected to the very beginning. I see. Then little by little, year by year, it drew closer. Eventually the presence that once felt like a spot on the horizon grew so close that I could feel its breath down the base of my neck. Of course it was all in my mind. When I turned around, nobody was there. But that night marked the beginning. In hindsight, I later understood that the indescribable anxiety I felt was the dread of certain death. Certain death, you say? Oh, it's her. How much time has passed since that night? It lingered deep in a recess of my mind, where childhood memories are kept. A faded storybook-esque memory. On dark nights, I still hear the faint echo of my grandfather's words, but no matter how strong the wind may howl, or how tracing the stone of a girl next to me, I could never bury his ominous words completely. It's here. Alice, the girl beside me said. Alice's infectiousness, excuse me? A sec? Sorry? Inflection. The modulation of intonation or pitch in a voice. Wait, English language has word intonation? That's crazy. Okay. Alice's inflectiousness voice spoke volumes of her role as a bystander. That night, there was only me and her. It was the night I would mark as a birth of who I am today. Or what should have been quite a memorable, nice thing, trying to covering one flashback as if it's a different flashback. Okay, well, what should have been quite a memorable night, it sure wasn't a promising start. Dense clouds blocked the starlight above like a black umbrella. Strong wind tore through the sky, carrying the heavy clouds with it. The hands on the clock in the middle of the park pointed skyward, as if reaching for the moon. New clothes. Unfortunately for them, tonight there was no moon to point at. The winter air grew fiercer as the night wore out. Inhaling felt as though it would freeze me from the inside. The air chilled me to the bone, threatening to pass up my spine directly to my brain, to prevent my mind from being paralyzed, and to prevent my fingertips from becoming stone. I sparked the fire using my internal rhythm and emotion. Okay? It's Alice. I'm transferring tactile feedback to you. Good luck. Stand over here, and an engraved will-o-wisp will ignite. I responded to Alice with a nod, and then, just for a moment, I saw the ground. My legs quivered ever so faintly. I told myself they were shaking from the cold, but I wasn't so sure. In reality, they may not have been numbed by the cold, but by fear. A breath, a sigh of relief. My humanity might still be intact if my emotions are still present. Before I could sink into a pool of my own sentimentality, the sensations from the bundled field flowed from Alice into me. A transparent wall covered the entire park, an unrecognizable carpet rooted deep under the earth. Ooh. Alice Kanoji chants of a Mother Goose fairy tales. Permitted tonight? Permitted? The sensation became one with my body. Ooh, I felt goosebumps on my quivering right arm. Someone had trespassed. The goosebumps crept up my right arm like ants, and slowly but surely made inroads from my heart. Holding back the desire to drive them out, I waited for them to reach a certain definitive position. A moonless night. The park's quiet streets light were not enough to leave the darkness. Quiet? Quaint? Whatever. The ants came to a stop. Far, far from my right arm, they had reached my very heart. Even without the aid of my sense of light, I could see the intruder lurking in the darkness. To starboard in the bushes about 30 steps back, on all fours, it was beckoning with its right hand. There! The enemy's movement and my precision of it were in lockstep. I spun around. Ooh, the enemy's arms stretch out like a spear. Oh, okay, so it was the same night as the Jerusalem? The little that's... But, how did he see the older sister? If it was the younger sister who did it? The little weapon, aimed at the back of my hand, brushed my hair at a breakneck speed. Was the omniscient awareness granted by Alice's one word? I managed to avoid it by the skin of my teeth. Ooh? My hair fainted through the air from the violence of attack. The stride grazed my cheek, and I felt a small, sharp pain. It felt like the kiss of death. Wow. I switched the flow of my body's blood to a different cycle. Can you do it? The blood running through my veins at a few feet per second transmutated into a imaginary element. My body became a single circuit, and my heart transformed into a completely different engine. Within the stirred and unknowable motion of immeasurable heat, something mystic yet untapped by humankind that made me into who I am. Okay, it was the fire of life behind all miracles and fables. Words are hard, and bad sentences are even harder. What we may just call magical energy. Okay, set. Okay. I turned around, set the enemy in my sight, and held up one arm. My arm was the agent of my will. My lack of experience meant my magecraft would only be possible with the use of vocalization and gestures. Oh my god, magical formulae were engraved all over the park. All I had to do was ignite them. I needed to direct the flow of my magical energy within my body into each formula. Okay, typically a mage attack as a conduit, whether wired or wireless, the mage simply pours magical energy into the formula. Releasing my energy is the form of projectile, stream, projectile mentioned, or any number of other methods would usually suffice, but in my case, it was the feeling of my limbs sweeping out. Burn! Moira. I thought speed was speed. Okay. Ooh, it's a blue fire. An enemy's arm extended 10 feet doorward became engulfed in flames. It was nighttime at the park, the scene reminiscent of a campfire, but one in which the center of flames contained a humanoid figure wriggling like a shadow puppet. The flame subsided just as unnaturally as it had ignited. No cracking, no burning smell. You can have bounded field back. I'll check the remains. After telling this to Alice, I headed towards the motionless figure. I killed it. Wasn't it like a doll? Isn't making dolls is Toko's ability? I killed it. I killed it. I killed it. Regardless of who my opponent was, I just took someone's life. It's a doll. Chill out. My throat parched. I swallowed the truth that without the sense of reality, I would have been helpless. So hard and bitter, impossible to swallow, but I tried to anyway. I was unnervingly calm. My heart pounded and my breath felt heavy, but my mind was nonetheless calm. By the time I realized it, the charred remains were already in front of me. Racing for a counterattack, I carefully examined the corpse. Everything seemed fine. The body lying slumped on the ground was nothing but ash. Huh? But something wasn't right. To begin with, its remains didn't smell organic. Not willing to believe my hunch, I took a closer look at the corpse's face. All that greeted me was a featureless white face of mannequin. Damn it! They got us again! Screaming, I kicked the mannequin. The corpse stumbled to ash and disappeared with the wind. No, this was no corpse. It was just a puppet, and for all of our efforts to lure the master out, it had once again been tricked by a familiar. My debut, the first test out in the open, would be postponed for another day. Oh, look at the outfit! She's so cute! Will I ever pass the test? What? This moment. I suddenly noticed something familiar in the corner of my eye. Something seemed strange about the sight of the other end of the park. It appeared as though its shadow were larger than it should be. Was I still drunk on the high of a battle? It took me a second to realize what it was. Who is there? Long hair, okay. Calling out was a mistake. Startled by my voice, the figure, wearing a familiar high school uniform, took a step back and then broke into sprint. What? Okay, so this is a different person. So, still your classmates, okay? Or somebody from your school. But what Sujiro saw was a different time, maybe? This is weird, okay? Like someone running for their life. Or should I say he was doing exactly that? To him, we've been spotted. In a rush, I shouted to my partner, but she hadn't even noticed the third-party presence in the first place. Though it wasn't as if I could move myself, embarrassingly, the light has been taken. Oh, maybe it was her? Maybe it was her? Like, it was her sprite in front? Maybe? And she did so. Sujiro, why did Sujiro say that he saw Toko then? That's weird. Though it was as if I could move by myself embarrassingly, the fight had taken more out of me than I ever liked. No, he'll get away! Need to catch and eliminate him. There was no time for niceties. For us, being seen here was a matter of life and death. Wait! Get back here, you! Shaking off the numbness of my head, my legs, I made to the park's exit. I had to admire his escape. The witness, partly to the entire night's proceeding, had disappeared into the darkness of a residential district without a trace. Why the hell didn't I sense him in the field? Complaining to myself wouldn't bring back the figure in uniform. Okay, bitter at my own incompetence, I gave up the chase. Though temporary, the park had become Alice's woods. For anyone within a few feet of the park, other parkgoers' unidentifiable features and voices became murky like the stuff of fairy tales. Tonight's proceeding may have had a witness, but if our identities were still hidden, there was still a chance. That looked like a male from behind. I returned to the park. That uniform was, without a doubt, from my high school. That was clue enough. If he was a schoolmate of mine, I had plenty of merits to flush him out. It's one thing after another. I missed my grumbling. I set my priorities straight. Before some strange rumor spread, I need to seal the witness's mouth shut. This was the highest priority, quickly and without mercy. Looking up, I saw Alice's previous distant figure. She just stands here. Though she was in much trouble, as I was with her existence as a mage also exposed, she had but one thing to say. This means trouble. Your statue-like figure staring into the darkness seemed more expressionless than calm. I was pissed off. Your inscrutable voice resembled the moonless light so much that it made me angry. Wow. Are we done? Are we gonna go home? Oh! Blues in her name. Oh. Fun. Okay. Blues in her name. Are we going back to school? Can we do more mage stuff? And less school stuff? This was a short one. There really isn't any other way of saying this. I'm a magician. I'm a witcher. Kind of like those witches in fairy tale who live alone in the woods and perform miracles with the wave of a finger. As a popular description of it differs from reality, it's closer to the truth than you know. Though, just so we're clear, no, I don't fly through the sky on a broom, I cannot transform into animals or speak with small birds, yet. Modern mages are nothing so fanciful. Fanciful? Our existence sounds unbelievable, but it's quite grounded. Though it may seem like we can do anything, we're actually majorly constrained. And while I still have a lot to learn about it, this is my real job. Sounds a lot more romantic than being a high school student, right? Oh my god, she's Sabrina the Little Witch. Naturally, this is a secret I don't just share with anyone. Mage must do everything in their power to conceal their work. This is the first and most important of the association's 10 laws. Not that I'm tempted to let the cat out of the bag in the least. Oh my god, she's Batman. My secret identity as an honor student is intact, and absolutely no good would come of me revealing my true nature. If anything, it only leads to more headaches. That's why I do everything in my power to keep it a secret. Of course, if I had accomplished anything by a magician by now, then maybe I'd see it differently. I fantasize about revealing my secret life's work to a single special person when I finally make something of myself. Yeah, it'd be pretty stellar to just confess one day, by the way, I'm a magician. That idea alone is enough to keep me from spoiling the big reveal regardless of the association's rules. Wow, she's literally me? My grandfather patted me on the head when I shared those thoughts with him. I don't know if it was praise or what, but I remembered that his touch was gentle. I first learned that I would be, ooh, nice house, that I would be succeeding my grandfather on the day I graduated middle school. When I returned home, there he was. Your elder sister left on journey. From this day forth, you are the heir to the Yaozaki. Oh, female heir? In a Kinokonasu story? Holy shit, unbelievable. He said it is such a matter-of-fact way. I knew that the Yaozaki family pressed down this old tradition of magecraft, but to be honest, I never imagined it would be one to wield it. Magecraft is supposed to be passed down to a single child. It was my sister's role to take the mantle, and I had no interest in dedicating myself to many rules and routines. I planned to live a normal life. I had hopes and dreams for the future. I felt bad for my sister, but I was determined to live my life my way. And while I managed to do that for a time, I was blindsided by a vicious counterpunch. This bitch is still sitting in pachinko and play and like robbing the pachinko parlors. Is she okay? Since then, I've been thrust headlong into a world that I had only observed from afar. Holy shit. It was a hell of a way to start high school, but I suppose it wasn't all that bad, all things considered. A lot has happened since then. I was so dazed by this newfound life that a year of school muttered right by. I was the second year before I knew it. Hold on, water. Thankfully, nothing drastic had happened. The 6 months my roommates and I totally tried to kill each other, notwithstanding, okay? As it happens, I've got a natural talent at this magic stuff, so I've yet to have any hangs up there either. I'm only human. Oh my god, they skinned Alko's sister made a sofa out of it? Sorry. So I had my fair share of headaches for sure, but never once did I worry about my future. I thought my life would be smooth sailing all the way. If only everything had got to plan last night. Well, I was gonna... Wonji, asked Koko Ozaki the second she entered the house. Her dark eyes succeeded where her voice failed to communicate the gravity of the situation. Oko took off her unflattering coat hanging at the hanger and sat down on the sofa. Alice sat across from her with a table separating them. Any progress with those things? Not at all. I've only got 7 left. They're any good for... Reconnaissance? I've been using them up fast and haven't had time to make more. Reconnaissance? Preliminary surveying or research. Okay. Military observation of a region to locate an enemy or ascertain strategic features. Okay. I've been using them up fast and haven't had time to make more. Alice's gaze drifted from Oko to the box on the table. Ooh. The reflections that they do. Were none of them keeping watch that night? They're never let you down when it comes to this sort of thing, have they? During the day, though, but there is quite a risk when flying them at night. Meaning they were of the least use when needed the most, Oko sighed. Well, how are you faring? You seem pretty confident this morning. Yeah, I guess everything's good on my end. I'm pretty sure I'll know by tomorrow. I told Tobimaru to look into it, all of his students' absences, addresses, and schedules. Many people wander the park that time of night, so it shouldn't be easy enough to figure out who it was. How can you be so sure? Because I didn't just join the student council to keep up appearances. I've been using my position to keep tabs on everyone. I have info on everything from part-time jobs to friends' addresses to what they're up to in their spare time. Okay. Aozaki Oko is a surveillance state, sure. It's a list I was hoping to keep a secret, but we can afford to do that now, can we? That's why I keep the vice president around. It's kind of a thing he does best. Incidentally, the creation of this secret file started the moment Aoko became student council president. Okay, she's crazy. The bare rumor of its existence had enough to strike fear into the entire student body. Throughout, as always, I see. Okay, both of you are crazy, that's good. Alice is only mildly surprised. It had been almost 2 years since they first started living together. She knew as well as anyone that when Aoko put her mind to something, she saw it through to the end, okay? Well, I never imagined I have to use it like this, but it's better to be safe than sorry. But what happened last night was far beyond the mere exception to the rule. Sorry. This predicament should not have been possible. More importantly, have you figured out what went wrong? And don't tell me it had anything to do with your link To the bounded field, my bad. Oko glared at her. The ward was Alice's responsibility. If it was to blame for last night's trouble, Alice had to own up to her fair share. Oh, it is so cute. Alice and Oko may have been roommates and partners, but it was a relationship of convenience. While lineage had brought them together, they were more like enemies than allies. Ultimately, they were just not a match. Are they, though? Where there was a blunder, it was punished. Holy shit. Where there were an opening, it would have been attack. It would be attack. If there was even an opportunity, the two of them would kill each other. In the event of such moment. Okay, we got it. Alice locked eyes with Oko. Oko's fierce gaze could make a grown man covered in fear, but Alice did not bat an eyelash. Assuming the bounded field was the problem, wouldn't this have happened countless times before? I suppose you're right, Oko agreed, but the question reaffirmed her trust in Alice. So you're saying there's nothing wrong with it? Honestly, can't say for sure. Alice answered as flatly as ever. A bounded field is like a sanctuary sealed away from the real world. Steps are taken whereby a certain area is cut off from the outside world. Oh my god, it's like Zeiram? You know Zeiram? The Japanese tokusatsu movie? It's pretty good. No, it's not. It's fun if you're into tokusatsu and fun character designs. There are various kinds of bounded fields. There are physical ones that close off an area behind the wall, and less tangible ones that use mirrors, mist, or trees to conceal that which occurs within. However, when closing off an area to the outside world, you cannot avoid communicating the abnormality's existence. In other words, the area may be closed off to the outside world, but it is impossible to hide the fact that it is closed off. In time, someone will take interest in a sealed-off area, even if they cannot see what is going on inside. Some might say that this is putting the cart before the horse. The ideal field would be the one that was both undetectable and impervious to interference from the outside. That was exactly the kind Alice... It's so cute. Sorry, has generated in the part the night before. Even if someone had reason to be in a place, they shouldn't enter if you made them forget the reasons for being there. It takes an immense amount of time and energy to create a field that produces a temporary illusion around a location you wish to conceal, but they prove extremely effective for at least an hour or so, right? Okay, thanks for exposition, Oko. And on top of that, it was a top class, made from only mirrors. Made from your mirrors. And it's not like they shattered while we were using it. The only other presence I felt inside was that of a puppet. If that isn't a perfectly constructed bounded field, then what is? Okay, so Jiro is special, we get it. I have no idea, the trees were prepared perfectly. I cultivated the trees and plants over several days, and it was always proved to be a reliable field. But maybe, just maybe, there was something I didn't account for. Though Alice's words conceded the possibility, her eyes expressed her confidence that she had overlooked nothing. Well, crap. In that case, we better hope that the witness was the puppeteer, which would make sense. A mage would probably be able to penetrate it. Something else bothers me, though. How did he avoid detection? The thought of being targeted by this individual was pretty terrifying. If they were able to penetrate... Stop saying this. Alice's field, it could only mean... Isn't there a better word? A lot of better words here? Whatever. It could only mean that their skill in magecraft was superior to Alice's. Alice, in her current state, would be completely helpless against such a foe. It's just a guy, chill out. Oh, the candy are back. Already determined that it was not a mage. This was most certainly an outsider. The starling are one thing, but not even Robin was able to follow him. There were no traces of magical energy, so that rules out a magical pawn. Oko was quickly running out of straws to grasp at, and that means she was out of questions to ask. All she could do was call it bad luck and leave it at that. First you had found out that you're a mage, then you let the witness get away. We couldn't have more normal high schooler problems. The sofa groaned as she leaned back. Her gaze went up to the brown ceiling with a sigh. It wasn't much of a view. She was becoming increasingly depressed. Oko, make up your mind. Your roommate's voice seemed indifferent, but Oko just kept staring at the wooden ceiling. If you're not up to the task, I can take care of it myself. The cool-mannered girl's statement carried an equally icy implication. Oko took the window in slowly with such a sincerity as she could muster. It was like trying to swallow molten lead. Nice. She's right. I've already made up my mind. The thought sounded hollow even as it popped into her head. This was clearly different from last time. While the aim was indeed the same, the circumstances surrounding her target was clearly different. She may have been determined before, but that was as a mage. If enemies emerged, she would kill them. If she was challenged, she would step up to the fight. If the fight between two mages and her opponent was in a run, even if this could only end in death for one of them, it was an outcome both parties would accept. Kill or be killed. Morality had no weight on such scales. But this time was different. Her opponent was neither enemy nor mage. Even if she was prepared to kill them, this person was likely not ready to die. That's why morality did factor into it now. Was she truly up to the task of murdering an innocent person? Could she swallow the fact that this was a common occurrence for a mage? She snored sardonically. Being a mage did not mean that Aoko was some kind of monk who could cut ties with the real world on a whim. If there was one thing Aoko hated, it was doing things without conviction or an understanding of exactly why she was doing them. When she acted, she preferred to act decisively. Well, I guess I didn't have any other choice. As she said it, she got up from the sofa, having her head feel of a ceiling for the day. Having had her feel of a ceiling for a day. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Aoko had returned to the Aoko of always. Can it just be written alright? Come on. And Alice was done probing her. Well, take this. As if toward her, Alice produced a small bottle. It fit neatly in the palm of her hand. The bottle looked completely out of place in his slender fingers. The glass was cloudy and appeared empty. Some shreds of paper remained in the front where there once was label. What's this? Aoko stared at the bottle suspiciously. It's a storage bottle. I had only one to spare, so I'm giving it to you. What? I forgot what it's called, but it's a thing of a Chinese novel. Aoko was miraculously able to praise what Alice meant. Are you saying that this is the red drinking gout from the story about the two brothers who guarded the Lotus Cave? Don't take this the wrong way, but it looks like your everyday medicine bottle with a label ripped off. Alice looked at the bottle and acknowledged how ordinary it looked. Oh my god. She also understood that she would be the only one using it as I set it on the table. Oh my god. Except this is a jade flask, not a red drinking gourd. That's not the problem. The problem is maintaining my dignity as a mage. Don't get stuck in the details. Just be happy it's not a bottle of laxatives. Fine. She made a good point, did she? Just open the lid and ask for the person's name. But be careful, because if the target is resilient, the bottle will shatter. Aoko raised her eyebrows. Hang on. If he's resilient, I can only use it when he's asleep, right? I've never tried it, to be honest. But is there anyone who responds to the things in their sleep? You'd be surprised, but true, people like that are rare. In that case, one would have to weaken them until they were about to pass out. Oh my god. Oh, I almost forgot. Drugs of magecraft will also cause the bottle to break. Then what good is this? What wouldn't break the damn thing? A tool is only good as the person using it. Alice turned away as she replied, as if the topic no longer mattered to her. I know you're fond of using deity tools like this. Is this a hobby of yours or something? Aoko asked, hoping Alice would deny it. Perhaps. So, you're going to take it or leave it? Without answering, Aoko dithered a bit before taking the bottle and putting it in her pocket. She figured she might be able to find some use to it. Yay! The scene is done! No freaking way! 2 hours has passed and the clock struck 9. Their conversation had moved from the drawing room to the sunroom and had manifested into the kind of scene one would not expect in such a mansion. Nabe? To be honest, I didn't really want, or is it like some stew? This looked like potato, right? It's a bunch of potatoes and like daikon? I can only, maybe this is meat on the outside? I don't know. To be honest, I didn't really want to leave it to Tobimaro like this. Third earthenware pot sat on the table. Oko spat out complaints to no one in particular as she plucked food from it with her chopsticks. Tonight they were eating a traditional Japanese meal that looked out of place in this mansion. When it came to the kind of Japanese hot pot, where all one had to do was buy and boil ingredients, it was usually Aoko's responsibility. Alice sat across from Aoko as she silently poked at the pot with a fork. Yamashiro made it a point to say that Shizuki hadn't joined the club. It's not like I have the time and energy to keep track of every single student. Their egg had plucked was still as silky as a baby's bottom, so she returned it to the pot. She settled for a shirataki noodles instead. Meow? Shirataki noodles. Ooh, you put shirataki noodles in a hot pot? That's fun. Ooh, this looks good. We just call those rice noodles. But I mean, it's to be expected. Those are good. I love those, actually. Okay. They're fighting. I already know that the idiot is constantly busy with his jobs. That's why I tried my best to set him up with a club activity captain that's be accommodating. But the nerve of this guy, not even a thanks. Are you even ill listening, Alice? Totally not married. As if her mouth was full, she simply nodded in response. Her expression stated that she had no interest nor opinions in the matter, but she at least appeared to be listening. Satisfied, Oko nibbled on some hanpen and fish cake. Oh, fish cake. I just can't trust anyone who says he's a great guy. Surprise, even Tomimaro was gushing about him. The only thing he's great at is being an airhead. I mean, there's really something wrong with his brain if he didn't get angry after what I said. Thoughts went on to what happened in the student council room earlier that day. She remembered how non-responsive Sujiro had been to her words. Let it go, Aoko. Your unconcerned face alone was enough for her to swallow the rest of her hanpan without chewing it. I thought oh, I see an egg! Okay, there was an egg. I thought you would understand, he says. Huh. His words were a lot like those that ended her childhood. You know it, don't you, Aoko? Through it all, you never lose sight of who you are. You're so strong. Perhaps it was meant as a compliment, but she took it as patronizing way to pity her, because the person who said it had acted like she was looking at a wounded animal. Whatever, who cares what this weirdo thinks or says? Aoko, stop. That episode might have made her the most confused she has ever been in her life. Yet what shocked Aoko, the most was the look of pity on the face of a person she admired the most. You fought? Huh? The abrupt comments stopped her in her tracks. Sorry, what'd you say? Something about a fight? Alice nodded. Can't say I completely understand what you've said. Oh, Alice have a new outfit. But it does come across as if you were trying to pick a fight with him. Alice bit into very last hanpan. The remarks was unexpected but completely on point. Why did you go there? I'd rather die than spend another second with him. I mean, seriously, gross. I have no interest in him whatsoever. I'd love it if I never had to say anything about him ever again. Okay. Very soon. So why all the talk about him? Alice is so based. Oh, I was just reporting on today's investigation. Something wrong with that? What other reason could Alice be suggesting Yoko had for beating it up? It would be several hours later in bed that Yoko realized that she had dug her own grave. No, not really. But does she really bother you that much? Alice ate her hot pot in silence as she was honoring some sort of sacred ritual. Love that Alice uses a fork and Yoko uses chopsticks. Her face was as indifferent as always, but she was secretly enjoying how flustered Yoko was. Yoko remained oblivious to this. Normally she would have noticed immediately, but she was not quite herself at the moment. Does he really? Well, of course he does. I think I've said that often enough. Okay. What specifically about him do you dislike? Huh? I don't need a specific reason to... She trailed off as she finally realized how disagreeable she was being. She could come up with no reason why. Her instincts had told her that she was incompatible with that hick. Hick? But why such a strong reaction? More than anything in the world, Alco hated emotions without reason and decision made with no rationale. Okay, we got it. From before, we got it. I just don't like him. I'm sure there is a good reason for it, I think. She became more flustered the more she talked. Unfortunately for her, she could not come up with a coherent reason to hate Sujiro Shizuki. It was not his fault that he had zero common sense. It was the fault of the environment he grew in, the society. In fact, it was admirable that he was trying so hard to adapt to civilized society. As clueless as he might seem, he was not a complete waste of space. If he seemed a bit slow, it was only because his gentle nature compelled him to think before acting. When one looked at everything objectively, the conclusion was obvious. As much as she was loath to admit it, he really was unassuming do-gooder. Everyone had him pegged as. Maybe I should have looked to like a better translation of this. This is so bad. I can't believe what I'm thinking. Is there really nothing wrong with him? There was plenty, so she left it at that now. The chopsticks she had been using came to a stop. She was getting very annoyed. An irrational hatred burned through her head. Unable to come to terms with her feelings, she desperately tried to analyze Sajuro, but her mind only went in more circles. Alex fixed Aoko with a deadpan stare. I'm shocked. A small sigh. A blouse, a necklace, and a skirt? Ooh, she looks cute. This isn't like you, Aoko. Those words were the final blow. Aoko felt the floor fall out from under her. Really? She was unable to leave her chair until long after Alice had finished eating and left. Despite everything, they both seem to have quite an influence on each other. I kind of don't believe the what descriptions tell me versus what's actually written in their dialogue and stuff. However, even after getting knocked down, Okazaki was not one to be kept that way. This was hella loud gulp, sorry. She made short work of cleaning up after dinner, and after conceding the first bath of the night to Alice, left the drawing room. Since it was customary in this sort of mansions to turn the lights off and leave an empty room, Huh? What do you mean, in this sort of mansions? Don't you turn off the light every time you leave the room? Isn't this just common sense? That's a huge fucking mansion. Of course it is. Okay, whatever. The only lit areas in the house were the drawing room and the two girls' bedrooms. The upstairs was enveloped in darkness. Oko briskly made her way to the deepest part of East Wing, along the long corridor, illuminated only by the light on the moon, and arrived at her room. All being said, sneak attack may make me sick to my stomach. She had been considering this on the way down the corridor, or perhaps ever since she left the drawing room. The moment she entered her room, she drew her proverbial line in the sand. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it face to face. I'll give it to him straight. This was not a concession driven by feelings of sympathy or compassion. For her, this was simply the way things ought to be. Okay, with that out of the way. After setting her resolve, she headed to the study next door. Nice. Let's see. Tuesday shelf, winter solstice, green spine. Without hesitation, she removed one book from the countless volumes on the shelf. The introductory textbook, transported there from the Aozaki residence, were separated into 6 shelves, labeled Monday to Saturday. Oh, really? That's weird. Is some of these items taken from her grandpa's place from the beginning? Well, it would be nice to see 2 BGs, together, side to side. Introductory textbook, yeah, Monday to Sunday, yep. The Man Who Was Tuesday wasn't Tuesday. Alco had organized the books by topic, genre, and purpose, and had more or less memorized exactly what was in her personal library. Referencing any of this material took her no time at all. It was to be expected from keeper of the study. Though these keepers I love. Like the image of an old magician with a full library of books. I would love to have a library of books, but unfortunately, I used to buy a lot of books when I was younger. And a lot of, secondhand books, which I love to do. But these days, books that are sold, in the outside world are not really fulfilling my needs, so to speak, of what I want from a book. To be in a foreign language, or the language of the original was probably, or translated in English. So that kind of destroys my ideas and wants and needs to have a library. But I have a certain amount of books. Also, buying books in English online is very expensive. I have a little collection of manga and shit, and comics and art books. There's nothing to write home about, unfortunately. No, the Keeper's 5th was nothing more than a small room. Both Oka and Alice has given up all hope on a cluttered mess on the library in the annex. Nevertheless, on occasion, Alka would have no option other than to give Alice a heads up and visit it when this study did not meet her needs. I really hope I don't have to go over there right now. Alka placed the thick green book down and took a seat. The desk she sat at was sturdy and uninviting. Also, having your own study is so nice. Like a separate room where you could work, like your office. Oh. Unfortunately, it's for rich people. Or single people, I guess. It wasn't the sort of furniture girls her age grew attached to, but she liked its minimalist and elegance nonetheless. What do you mean? This is a great table and chair. I mean, chair is shit, but table is pretty good. Your chair is really bad. She flipped lightly through the book's old worn pages. Still can't manage anything like Alice's bounded field. I guess I'll just have to find a place off the beaten track. The mountains, the woods, the school building, empty at night. She was looking for a place that would be, except for the worst of luck, void of people, allowing her to forgo the use of magecraft. Walls of thorns and magical mists are so indirect. If I want to cut off any route of escape, I need some place flashy and obvious, both in purpose and in looks. Muttering about how there had to be some basic spell that fit her needs, she continued to flip through the pages. Are you gonna go to abandoned, amusement park that they mentioned before. Ooh, that could be nice, and it could be a callback to what they say with Sujuro asking Naoko to go with him to the park. That would be cool. And because the person she looking to trap is Sujuro. This could be nice setup. Muttering about how there had to be some basic spell that fit her needs, she continued to flip through the pages. It goes without saying that she was looking for a way to deal with the witnesses from the previous night. Magecraft uses were many, but not all-encompassing. Fundamentally, Magecraft was good for making things or phenomena that existed already, while more or less bypassing the time and resources conventional means would require. It was, however, unable to manifest phenomena that were impossible in this world. It was essentially an equivalent exchange that used a variety of shortcuts, a phenomenon made possible by human hands, actualized by an individual's power that was generally what Magecraft was. To give a simple example, if Elka were so inclined, she could make an entire lake appear at the mansion. However, it had to be something that existed within this world, nothing that even the smallest matter could escape this unbreakable law. Even if Elka were to realize a level of heat on par with the M15 fighter jet airburner, nice. That event would only be possible if a circuit named Elka Ozaki acted as a temporary input variable in a magical formula. The derived equivalence was simply a value that already occurred in reality. Holy shit, phew. Girl got giggly after your favorite jet fighter was mentioned, sorry. If the variable in the equation did not exist elsewhere in reality, the spell would not be valid. Yup. The imaginary element known as magic and energy was like a light that could only slip its fantasy through the network of order at the moment of ignition. Ooh. Giving form to the non-existent illusion invading reality was something the universe did not allow. Still, what was it? We can combine the imaginary factor, ether, with pretty much anything else since it's not real itself. Anything composed entirely of magical energy is little more than an illusion and will quickly dissipate. Dissipate? Even a typical field like a wall of thorns generally starts with Usher painting. Usher? Usher planting? Holy shit, the wishful thinking? Isn't... Excuse me? Usher... You're telling me Usher is not a painter? Wasn't there a painter named Usher? Okay, this is delusion? Delusions? Really? Why did I thought Usher was a painter? Whatever. Isn't Usher sounds like a painter's name? Whatever. Even a physical field like a wall of thorns generally starts with the user planting the thorns first before using magical energy to grow and strengthen them in an instant. Oh, okay. In the end, magical energy is just an easy-to-use fuel source while acting as a firework that ignites a phenomenon. Or so they say. Imaginary factors are all well and good, but all I can do is connect the basic circuit and process energy into a projectile. Laughing to herself, she looked at a bounded field, or something similar more suited to her current ability. Bounded field. The identity of a witness was still unknown, but if they were a classmate of Olko's, she had any numbers of pretexts to which to lure them out. The problem was after that. Then it becomes a question of precision. If I don't take care of him in one blow, he might slip away. I love how she planning a murder, that's pretty good. To be honest, she wasn't confident she could handle this smoothly without Alice's support, but Olko saw no reason to ask for help given that the target in question was just a regular bystander. Fledgling as she was, she still had her pride as a mage. She continued to turn through the pages rhythmically. In the midst of a fluttering sound of thumbing through the volume, Oko suddenly stopped her fingers at a certain page. Found it. She smiled to herself. It was a simple formula that she had tucked away somewhere in the recesses of her memory, a spell of simple destruction. A cage. That's all I need to make. It's the oldest trick in the book that any hunter worth their salt would use. Any hunter worth their salt. She placed the bookmark in the book, closed it, and got up to return to her room. Look at this sweater. This does not like... It still hugs her boobs, but not, you know, but doesn't have a crease in the middle to show off your boobs better. This is good. This is good art. Suddenly she felt someone watching her. Her bird? Ooh. Through the window, she saw her in the night. A girl standing back with a cold-hearted expression. The girl's face was hers, the expression undoubtedly her own. She began panicking how to raise the witness, though to say it was something as elaborate as a plan was overkill. This was just a job. She was going to make a cage and then lure her prey into it. There was no getting around it. Predetermined violence. I wonder if Alice is done with your bath. She mumbled out loud, as if the bath would return some warmth to her chilled heart. Lilies. About 20 minutes has passed and she gave Alice the privilege of using the hot water first. Alice tended the bath quickly, finishing well under 10 minutes. Really? 10 minutes for a bath? Her roommate was the type that could not understand the spirit of a bath, treating it as if nothing more than a necessity for looking after one's body. For Alice, the concept of staying at hot spring inn sounded more like a chore than anything, though in this regard Oko had to agree. I guess it's my time to... Is that the drawing room light up? It was unusual for Alice to sit in the drawing room after her bath. On nights when she had nothing to discuss, it was her style to return directly to her bedroom. Alice, are you in here? Alice nodded. With no book in hand, it appeared that Alice had been waiting for Oko. So that's how it is. She really has no faith in me, does she? Oko scratched her head in exasperation. Was it that Alice was worried about her, or had no faith in her? Her expression was so calm, Oko could hardly figure what she was thinking. I have a plan. Want to hear it? I can tell that by the look. I can tell what it is by the look on your face. It's good that you're no longer wavering, but you must do something about that tail of yours, Oko. Alice let out a small sigh. It was unusual for Alice to make such a display of her disappointment. I don't like sneak attacks, so I'm going to do it fairly, and only after I've told him why straight to his face. That way there will be absolutely no trouble later. Any complaints? Why would I have any? This is really only a matter of a personal preference, after all. However, you're worried that I'll mess up, right? My accuracy hasn't exactly been stellar lately, so I was thinking about how to cover my bases with the location. I can't throw up a field like you, so I was thinking of doing it somewhere where he physically can't escape. Any ideas? Alice nodded in thought. The finger that gently rested on her lips indicated the question was to her liking. What about mirrors? You can easily seal him in a house of mirrors for all eternity. The fuck? Seriously? That's your idea? She frowned at Alice's bad taste. It was kind of... Oh my god, look at her, she's so cute. Sorry. Nice outfit. Anyway, it was the kind of idea her roommate found to be inspired, but Oko knew this was out of question. Oko was looking for a natural, bounded field she could prepare, not a realm bordering on true magic that she couldn't create to begin with. Then you'll choose otherwise, I suppose, but please, whatever you do, do not bring him here. You don't need to tell me that. But actually, yeah, a house of mirrors might actually work. Oko smirked and shifted her balance away from the wall she was resting on. She means the real House of Mirrors here, probably. Thank you, Alice. I just figured out the whole plan. I guess it's always best to talk to someone when you're in a blind. Now in a good mood, Aoko retreated to the drawing room. Alice tried and failed to visualize what kind of blueprint Aoko had drawn in her mind, but whatever it was, it appeared to be the throughout kind Aoko was good at. Aoko headed to the bathroom, humming to herself as she went. Imagine a girl that everybody think is so popular and so beautiful, but a little fierce is like coming to you and asking you, "Oh hey, let's do a amusement park date. I never went to this amusement park and I really wanted to go, but now it's closed. I wonder if you can go with me?" And you're like, holy shit, I struck a jackpot, holy shit. And then she's gonna kill you for nothing, basically. That's pretty good. That's pretty funny. Aoko headed to the bathroom, humming to herself as she went. A year and a half of sharing a living space had taught Alice something. When Aoko Ozaki was in a good mood, only deep trouble could follow. The fuck? You want? Is this a mouse? You wanna know if McKay was letting Aoko handle? Oh, it's probably a bird, right? Aoko handled this on her own? A bird. It was unclear how the bird had been in a drawing room, how long. Chirping at Alice, the robin-like bird pranced around the furniture as if it were its property. I never saw a robin in my life. Yeah, I suppose. She said she wanted to do it alone, so... And I do want her to know she has my every fate. Still, Grunbrack raised her arm. The bird, chirping once again, aligned at her outstretched, affectionate finger. Suffice to say, trust and fate are two very different things. Imagine like ending the chapter in here and it would be like very mysterious and good, but no, we're gonna talk for 20 more minutes. The bird puffed out its stout chest in agreement, and Aoko was none other to her roommate's rather unsettling comments. I swear to God, was those two sentences really necessary? Oh my God, this really needs an editor. An editor would save this so well. An editor and a better translator and localizer. The following day was a typical overcast one. The day's classes ended as they had started, uneventfully. Winter break was just around the corner, and with it, final exam. Although Misaki High prided itself on discipline, it was still a private school with promoted... Hold on. It was still a private school, which promoted the culture of independence among its students. Industrious students had a place to explore that side of themselves under the guardianship of a student council president. More easygoing students could spend their time after school as they wished, as long as they were mindful of personal responsibility. The fact that the poster boy of independence was the student council vice president indicated just how vast the spectrum was. The fuck? Aozaki, you in here? Oh my God, he's back. The bitch is back. Tsubimaru Tsurugi threw open the door to the satellite student council room, the rumored location for their secret meeting. Despite all appearances, he was the student council vice president, who also happened to be the poor soul responsible for executing the student council's dirty work. One person was waiting for him in the cramped room. The student council president, Aoko Ozaki, sat imperiously in the folding chair, glaring at Tsubimaru and his boisterous entrance. This room is freezing as usual. We really need to buy a heater. Sorry. As not to succumb to Aoko's oppressive silence, Tsubimaru opened with some casual small talk. Thank you for coming. Let's get down to business. Do you know why I've asked you here? I have an idea. What's up with the formality, Ozaki? Pretty cool to talk shop right away, all the time, you know? Tsubimaru closed the door and sat down across from Aoko. He was holding a blue envelope. Yeah, and loose lips sink ships. Might remember that one once you get out into the real world. Alright, I'll remember. Wait a sec. Nice try. Tobimaru was halfway to agreeing with Aoko before he cut himself and began to shake his head. As much as Tobimaru enjoyed the lack of red tape in his new line of work, he was not ready to turn full spy on his first day on the job. So then, are you done with your investigation? Yep, I finished the last interview just now. The details are in the envelope along with the file you gave me. Love that they're playing like some sort of government officials. He tossed the envelope onto the table. Good. Good. Aoko picked up and began to scan through the document that were inside. She entered her own little world, not sparing the slightest bit of attention for Tobimaru. If ignoring other people were a skill, she would be a master at it. What? I just wanted to ask one thing. Yeah, and? The room was filled with a chilling silence. Aoko continued reading, without an ounce of emotion upon her face. Though Tobimaru kept up an air of indifference, his stare remained fixed intently on her. Do you get a kick out of doing this kind of thing, Yamazaki? Of course not. What's so fun about gathering intel I hardly even get to use? Right, just wanted to check. Whether or not he was convinced, Tobimaru stood up from his chair with a disappointed expression. What type of task did you tell him to do? Shouldn't he immediately figure out that you were talking about Sujuro? Because he knows the Sujuro story and where Sujuro was? Whether or not he was convinced, Tobimaru stood up from his chair with a disappointed expression. You'll figure this one just by reading it all, but I wasn't able to dig up anything conclusive. Well, indications there weren't any students in the area the day before yesterday. It's not like I can say that for sure, though. Okay, is Tobimaru also stupid? No longer concerned over his task, Tobimaru headed towards the door, as if to say it was out of his hands. Oh, and one more thing. There was one student that wasn't included in your Dragent? You forgot to include any out-of-term transfers. Oko raised your head ever so slightly. He was right. The recent transfer student was not included within the scope of further investigation. So I haven't looked at Sonoji. No, considering it's him, it's safe to assume that he was working late. Or wait, it would be if he hadn't have mentioned something about seeing the murderer or whatever. I'll tell him that it was probably just a bad dream. Tobimaru cheerfully left the student council room. Tobimaru is such a bitch. What? Simultaneously, Oko felt her fingers go numb, and the document she was holding spilled all over the table. It can't be. That's not possible. She broke out into a cold sweat and tried to tell herself that there must be some kind of mistake. However, the uncomfortable feeling in her gut would simply not go away, perhaps because her intuition was almost always right at times like these. You gotta be kidding me. And yet she knew what she had to do. She would not have hesitated to kill Tobimaru if he had been the witness. But what if it was who she was thinking of? Just considering the possibility cut her blood to run cold. Oko put her forehead in her hands and began to brood, and then suddenly... Oh yeah, see, this thing behind me, right behind me, is the same thing she had in her study. And right now we're seeing her grandfather's cape or whatever the fuck. Let us take choice. You will always be faced with choices. A virtuous fool and a wicked sage. You cannot save both. You must pick one. That is the freedom granted to you. Granted. 2 years earlier, Oko muttered the words offered by her grandfather the day she replaced the elder sister as his successor and let out a sigh of lament. This has to be a joke. This inheritance business is kinda shady, considering that her older sister is still become a mage. Like, what's Oko is up to do? Maybe she has to, like, guard a certain territory, maybe? This has to be a joke. No, but she seemed to be traveling in Tsukihime, right? She laughed at her own intuition, but it was no joke. If only those words had never been said. Oko locked up the student council room and left for the day. Calmly, although nothing untoward had happened, she greeted the students as they passed her in the halls. She was almost shocked by how natural she seemed. There were still plenty of students at the school. The grounds were noisy with the chattering of students who had finished the day, but had yet to head home. Others had still had club activities. The grey sky looked ready to pour, but nobody seemed to pay it any mind. Amidst the clamor, Alka hastened to the school gate. She passed by some students in animated conversation. They seemed to be talking about their after-school plans. This sprite is so nice. Apparently, this coloring is so nice. I really like the way it's colored. Very cute. Anyway, apparently they were adamant about maximizing their free time. Also nice scarf. She could not figure how they could possibly be so responsibly focused on fun, but at the same time was no mood to make fun of it, to make fun or feel envious of them. 2 short years prior, she had been just like them. I wonder if I'm becoming desensitized to it all. She retied her scarf, this time more tightly, or gave off an air of solitude, but she was fooling no one. After all, what people who feign solitude are really masking is rejection. Solitude? Rejection? There's 2 sides of the same coin. Okay, edgelord. The area by the school gate was busier than usual. A group of boys appeared to be huddled behind it. Their transparent attempt to be discreet in terms of both location and loudness of voices did nothing to hide the fact that they were noisily arguing about the girl standing alone on the other side of the street. Oh, Alice! It doesn't seem there is any seam line on her dress. The girl was cloaked in a black cape. Also, Alice's cape is so cute. At first glance, it would have been mistaken for a normal attire, but those from Misaki could tell that she wore the uniform of a prestigious girls' school. Such school had no connections to Misaki High in any way, shape, or form, and the 2 schools were miles apart, both physically and spiritually. A member of that school's student body, she looks so cute. Anyway, sorry. A member of that school student's body was a rare sighting, as the majority were forced to live in a school dorm. Rayan Girl Academy had a reputation as a school for princesses, and it was rare indeed for one to be slumming with the common folk. That alone would have been enough to cause the ruckus among the boys, but this girl looked an epitome of class. One could not help but describe this standing figure as charming. The way she silently, motionlessly waited, that was reminiscent of a meticulously composed portrait. Oko took one look at her before instantly recalling that one word: solitude. It's not solitude if you're together! Okay, you lame brains, don't you have anything better to be? Disgusted, Oko barged through the gate. At this point, she would normally head home, but today she crossed the street towards the waiting girl. Oh crap, is that the student council president? Damn it, she's trying to chase her away. Let the girl be, she has the right to stand where she wants to. She's gonna go nuclear, the president versus the angel. What gives, man? Who cares if she's from another school? She's not even another school property, right? Right, guys? Don't mess with Madame Oko, you're just asking to be smart. Okay, this is funny. The boy ran their mouths behind her back. Not in the mood to shut them up, Oko went right to the girl and offered an informal wave. Something the matter, Alice? I told you before, there is nothing of interest for you here. Oko heard the boys by the gate lose their collective minds and did her best to ignore them. I wanted to be sure, but... Oko? Those people are a nuisance. You think? I'll chase them off. In contrast to Alice's small voice, Oko spoke loud and clear. Naturally, this was on purpose, so as to deal with the riffraff by the gate all at once. She's coming this way. Hey, stop pushing me. Move it. I'm out. But it doesn't look like they're tight. Maybe we could get a press to introduce us? The rookie mistake. You still haven't experienced the realities of the battlefield. On the second thought, don't let dreams be dreams. It's your funeral. Perhaps because too many of them had gathered in one place, the mob entered the frenzied panic as they tried to escape. Oko addressed them all. Well, what do we have here? If it isn't the Go Home Early Club, would you mind telling me what you're all doing gathered in a place like this with no club activities to attend? The student council presidents... I love Oko's. Oko's scarf. It's really cute. I've been looking at the material that looks exactly like this, and I really did not like it, but it looks very nice in this design, so I've been thinking, very clever that they integrated it to Oko. Anyway, the student council president stage dragged at the boys. Stared daggers at the boys. I can't read. At any case, exams are coming up. It sure would be horrible if instead of going home to study, you were loitering around just to ogle another school student. Now, wouldn't it? It's not like a single one of you had the guts to even go up to her and say something. Not one of them was brave enough to admit that this hit the nail on the head. God, if any of them had such courage, they would already been chatting with the young lady up. I think I forgot something in the classroom. If I'd known it was going to end like this, I would have at least gone down trying. What if we go borrow binoculars from the astronomy club? I'm sure we could get a good view from the roof. The astronomy club doesn't have binoculars, Tammy. If anyone does, it will be the Bird Watching Society. They have that. Misaki, they have that? The press destroyed those last months. The press destroyed those last months. Oh, the binoculars. Okay, if you have enough time for bird watching, you have enough time to find a girlfriend, chicken. Find a girlfriend? Sorry, Zaki, I'm gonna cut out the back exit. You got a chat too? Later, press. See you tomorrow. With those also charming remarks, the boys scattered their tails between their legs. Just talk to her. You seem to be enjoying yourself, Aoko. How could you tell? Because the response slipped out all too easily. In truth, there were not that many bad apples at Misaki High, and dealing with them wasn't really that bad. So? What brings you down here? Did you find something out? I identified traces of the witness from within the field. All we need to do now is put a name to them. I see. Alice, how long have you been waiting here? Since school was dismissed. So she'd been here for roughly an hour. Standing in the same place for an hour would be taxing for someone as sensitive as the cold as Alice. To the cold as Alice, my bad. I'm sorry. If you would have told me, don't be. I'm just doing it because I wanted to. As she spoke, the back of the black eyes were fixed upon the gate and the students passing through it. She had likely been observing the gate in this manner for the past hour. You weren't waiting for me, were you? Well, I'm here now anyway, so we can go. Alice nodded in assent. If Alice was still here, it meant she had not found the witness yet. If she had found the student, Alice would have already gone home ahead of Oko and begun to research the student's background. Nothing came up on my end. Oh, lying. Okay. She reported the results of the Mara's investigation. Alice remained silent. Was that the conversation ended, leaving the two to silently endure the freezing wind? The silent stakeout dragged on endlessly. Students continued to pass the gate, each shocked at the sight of an unusual combo, and head home. After 20 minutes, Oko let a sigh escape her mouth, perhaps from boredom, perhaps from the cold, perhaps from both. Hey, on our way home, do you want to drop by Dawn? Oko quickly turned to Alice to catch her reaction. Dawn was the name of one of Oko's favorite coffee shops. Offering no clear indication as to whether she was critical of Oko's blaze attitude or agreeing to her whims, Alice's gaze shifted ever so slightly. Oko followed his stare. It's him. Hey, Aozaki, are you meeting somewhere here too? The sudden voice took her off guard. There was only one person who spoke with this gentle, good-natured tone. Of course it'd be him. Turning her back to Alice, Oko moved her focus on a newly appeared student. Switch your stupid face. Can I help you with something? All politeness flew out of the window. Already in a bad mood, Aoko's mood plummeted the longer she looked at Tsujiro. The subtlety of her expression, however, was lost on him. No thanks, I was just on my way to the station to meet the swimming club captain and I wanted to say thanks. Well, that was completely unexpected. Thanks. Joining the club. Echo had urged that he was about to say something brainless. And by thanks, you mean payback, right? Hmm? Fortunately, Sujiro was completely unaware of the more sinister implication of the word payback. I'm not sure what you meant by that, but it's not a big deal. It's just that swimming club captain said that the club doesn't get that busy until summer. Sujiro was about to thank you for recommending a club that would not take up much of his time when Ego cut him off with an expression of disinterest. Well, of course, I couldn't very well introduce you to the club that I knew would never turn up to. All I did was mention that even someone as busy as you could join. I see. Very efficient. His open admiration to her Satoku's will to fight. Finding a suitable club and negotiating with its captain hasn't been an efficient use of her time at all. Anyway, you really helped me out. I just wanted to say thanks. Sujiro gratefully tipped his head, but not before the flustered Taoko stopped him. Give me a break. You're just going to give me a headache if you do that. So, how the swimming club? Does it seem like a good fit? In awkwardness unfiltered her previously sharp gaze. Sujiro was able to pick up an odd change in her behavior, but could not divine its reason. Divine? Can you use divine in a sense? Isn't it divide, maybe? Divine. Okay. So he simply started? So he simply started with what he knew so far and reported the most recent information he had. Oh, I got kicked out of a club already. What? Why? Oko instinctively shouted at an unexpected response, like a human jack-in-a-box. This unexpected development threw her mind in a tizzy, and she momentarily forgot the complicated feelings she had been wrestling with. But you said you But you just said that you were on your way to meet the captain. Yeah. The captain's taking me to a heated pool in Yashirogi. Sujiro started this very matter-of-factly to the still reeling Aoko. I'm not following. Things seem to be going fine. Why would they kick you out? Oh, that's easy. Because I can't swim. It's pretty fun. It's so fucking awkward. Right? Phew, nice. He literally said that he prefers swimming to running. Ako reached out pure fingers and pinched the bridge of her nose as she processed his answer. Shizuki, do you remember my question from yesterday? The one where I asked whether you prefer running or swimming? I'm confident that I remember your answer, but please repeat it to me. You said you preferred swimming, right? Yeah, since I was little, I always wanted to learn, and I'm already good at running, so... Your energy spent. Hoko finally understood. Apparently, they would have taken me in and trained me from square one if it was my first year. Sadly, it sounds like they can't rescue a second year like me who sink like a rock, especially with only 3 months left in the school year. But the captain was really nice about it and even offered to teach me how to swim. Sujiro's words were spoken from a place of joy, a fact that failed to reach Aoko. So in other words, I tried to palm off defective goods. I'll never be able to show my face to the swimming club captain again. Wait, but isn't the captain a... Shizuki, the swimming club captain is... She stopped herself short of... a girl. She was afraid of how this might look and that she might not be able to rein herself, even if she started. You know what? It doesn't matter. I understand now, so you can just go. Far, far from here, okay? I just can't deal with you right now. Tobimaru said the same thing. Come to think of it, he said that you were unusually tired yesterday and today. Did something happen? I know, but it's fine. It seemed to have resolved itself. Anyway, how do I look to you, Shizuki? Do I look that exhausted? Why had she asked him this? Blurting things out for no reason and an impulse. This was not usual for Roko. Perhaps it was because she realized that this would be their last chance to have a normal conversation. After a few moments, oh, she's gonna kill him. Well, she's not gonna kill him, because we know from the premise written on the Steam page that he's gonna live with them for some reason. After a few moments of contemplation, Sachiro conjured up a grin that cut straight through the tension. Well, I would say you look more lively than you do tired, like a wolf that's been forced to plow fields for a long time, but is excited to finally go on a hunt again. Oh no! He seemed so cheerful, like he was so happy for her. Without thinking, Ako's hands went to her cheeks. If what he said were true, then she was grinning from ear to ear. There was just no way she would have made such a mistake. Anyway, thanks again. See you tomorrow. Perhaps still not comfortable enough to wave to her, he said his goodbye with sincerity in his voice and smile, and took his leave. Wait. I have a question for you. Then you can go. Ako called out after him. Her voice was cold as she admonished herself for having been somewhat affable, probably, earlier. Yeah? This is just a hypothetical question. Let's say you're on the brink of starvation and right in front of you are two animals, also starving. Someone gives you a gun and tells you to shoot one of them. The one on the right is a lion. The one on the left is a kitten. What do you do? Are you... are we okay? It was a fable-like moral dilemma. Especially the way I would shoot both. Especially the way in which it was... Sorry. Phew. Especially the way in which it was cruel rather than preachy. The kind that, if you thought too hard about, you would never find an answer. Sejiro answered quickly and calmly. I don't think it should at all. You asked me what do I do, right? And come on, all three of us are starving. He was not in the least fazed by the dilemma. He gave the most innocent response, so innocent in fact that it would give anyone pause. You're going to live a long life, Shizuki. Will he? Whoa, you think so? I think that's the first time anyone has ever said that to me. Adorning his face with a smile, wholly out of sync with his comment. What the heck is that supposed to mean? She regretted stopping him. What the heck? What the heck did you just say it's supposed to mean, lady? If only she had just watched him go, this conversation would never have happened. Sejiro Shizuki made his way down the sloped streets. Today, just like every day, he probably had to work late again. Only Yoko and Alice remained, with Alice doing what she could to simply blend in. Harmless, he really throws me for a loop. Yoko clenched her right fist tightly as she cursed out loud. Anything to prevent herself from screaming at the top of her lungs. He's not that irritating, come on, Yoko. Whether that scream would be directed towards Sejiro or towards herself was another matter entirely. Oko. Oko heard Alice's soft voice behind her. Oko knew that she was going to say, as she had known for the entire time. Ever since Alice, having shown no reaction to any of other students, changed her expression about seeing Sejiro. Let's kill him, Alice. You don't need to say it. It's him, right? The witness. Her voice was cold as ice. It was the voice of someone talking about a complete stranger. The lion and the kitten. There were pros and cons to choosing either of these animals, the points being that she had asked him to choose one of them. In terms of risk, the lion was the more dangerous choice. The instant the gun was pointed at it, there was a chance it would fight back. The lion is not that smart, to be honest. Is it? Those who chose the lion required more courage, but any sense of guilt... Hold on, can we take a break right now? I can... Hold on. Break 5 minutes, baby. Hello, I got my tea. So, Rachel, and we're back. Don't forget to drink it, though. So, we're gonna kill Sujiro. Even though we will not. I know for a fact that we will not kill him, actually, but, you know, it's the process that counts, is it? Those who choose the lion required more courage, but any sense of guilt that came with holding a gun would be forgotten. Lions were fierce creatures, a poor excuse to shoot an animal perhaps, but the one that certainly helped alleviate the guilt. But what about the kitten? The weaker creature. It goes without saying that the kitten would be the easiest target of the two, but choosing it would be a disquieting decision for anyone. Even if the kitten had no chance to survive, it was still too senseless to carry out. And to Alko, Sujiro had the choice. I knew it was him too. When she had felt that sinking feeling in the student council room, she ignored it. There was no getting around at what must be done, she told herself. Until, that is, Sujiro went and said what he did, causing her resolve to waver. But the discomfort in her chest did not stem from the guilt she may have felt. She could care less for Sujiro. He was weak and would be incredibly easy to deal with, yet for some reason she could not dispel her reservations. A transfer student who moved to the city from the middle of nowhere with no family to speak of. Few would notice if he were to suddenly disappear compared to a person of some renown. If she were to kill him, it would be as simple as wringing a cat's neck. And it all served to just piss her off. It was too lucky, like everything was neatly handed to her. She wanted to just drop kick it right into the orbit. I can't believe it. I hate it. This isn't how it's supposed to be. Why am I like this? Standing behind her, Alice heard all of this muttering. Nevertheless, she seemed ignored it and said, he had something wrapped around his neck. Wholly unrelated topic. Alko returned to her senses. Yeah, bandages. Nobody acknowledged bandages before? Thanks, Alice. His neck? Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if it had something to do with being rejected by the swimming club. Look at her cute gloves. Alice had put much thought into this, as if it had a deeper meaning to her somehow. Now that she mentioned it, I saw him wear the same thing the first time we met. I must have missed it because he always has his collar done up. Is he? The conversation turned to idle nonsense, and though it solved none of her current problems, it helped calm Aoko's frazzled nerves. Frazzled. Thank you, Alice. I'm good. I'm ready to go. Let's strike while the iron's hot and end this before he spreads any rumors. Pumped once more, Oko turned her back to the school gate. For now, they would retire to the mansion and prepare for battle. Whoa, such a battle. Punching down, more like. Oh my god, the circle of violence? That guy, whatever his name, hold on, we're gonna find his name. Alice, don't talk. Tobimaru punched Aoko, and Aoko now punched Sojiro. I'm sorry, hurt people, you know? So stupid. Sure, but when and where do you plan to kill him? She said quietly, as not to be ever heard by anyone else. Normally, Aoko had to rein in that side of Alice, out in the open as they were, but this was far from a normal situation. Tonight, as for the place, we shall meet him in the land of dreams. She gave a fearless laugh. A strangely pleasant sound, like the kind one would make when meeting their lover. Ooh. So we're going on a date? Yes, the poetic part. The Night of the Witches 1. Archive? Is there... I'm sorry, I'm trying to find... The blue books are like eating food. The orange books are Sojuro. Isn't this an orange book? No, it's the same book as those. Oh, I didn't want to press it, sorry. Okay, we're gonna skip it. Sorry. Can we just go back? Archive? Yeah. Okay, put back, sorry. Night of the Witches. Yay! Well, progress night? Damn, I love witches. I fucking love witches. Night of the Witches. 5. Sujiro returned to his apartment on foot as per route, under a blanket of cloud in the night sky. The rusty stairs to his apartment building clenched with each step. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the bicycle parked by the apartment building's outer wall. He debated the pros and cons of a bicycle, how much easier life would be versus the expense, the convenience versus the necessity, but in the end decided one was not right for him just now. Clutching the bag of apples under his arm, he took out the key to his residence. Bike sure would be convenient, but it's not like... He tilted his head in confusion. More and more he found himself preoccupied with such random thoughts, when the real issue at hand was deciding what to do with the apples he had received. Make a pie. Do you think Sujiro can cook? Doubt it. Maybe? He placed the paper bag by the sink and switched off the lights. It was just after 10 in the evening. With the end of term exam just around the corner, he had come home an hour earlier than usual. As he made back for the kitchen to pick up one of the apples to snack on, he found an envelope stuffed in his mail slot. The envelope had no name, return address, or stamp. Inside was a single piece of paper that had only the sender's name and a short message. It read, "There is something we need to talk about. It's important, so I'll be waiting. Needless to say, keep this a secret." A concise set of orders, neatly written. It was signed Aoko Ozaki. She had been considerate enough to enclose a detailed map of a meeting place. Isn't this not a prime evidence against her if he disappears? Puzzled, he clocked his head to the side, then headed out the door. Poor guy. He will never get into the next grade. Afterward, upon the room's sole tenant leaving the premises, the envelope burst into flames and evaporated, thank you, without a trace, as though it had never existed in the first place. Nice. Nice. By the late 80s, Japan's post-war economic boom was somewhat stabilized and the city experienced a period of steady growth. The city's modernization marched on, and the Japan Railway's train station, a symbol of the new era, neared completion. In Misaki's neighboring town of Yashirogi, a new symbol of its own was about to be born. Whoa, the building. Buildings, Yashinogi Bread, and Kitsyland. It was Misaki's worst investment. Years later, it would be dubbed the fool's gold, an economic bubble, a relic of a bygone age. No hotels on Moon and anything else? No, just a little park? The city lacks aspirations and sophistications. 10 years ago, Yashirogi's renowned Tokitsu Baking Company ran factories all across the nation. Its proprietor was a middle-aged gentleman, then age 56, by the name of Yurihiko Tokitsu, known affectionately by the most as Stoppan. He took it upon himself to begin development on an estate on the outskirts of Yashirogi and broke down on a recreational wonderland that he hoped to be the pride of Misaki City. The long-awaited opening came in 1981. After 3 years of investment, the local amusement park, full of all kinds of hopes and dreams, began its short-lived tenure. It covered more than 85 square acre. It's Winnie the Pooh word, right? Acre. Acre?
Acre.
Acre. Thanks. Its magnificent merry-go-round dazzled all who passed through the park's gate. Its roller coaster twisted and turned about the edges of a park like a wreathing Japanese dragon. Its Ferris wheels, packed beyond necessity with gimmicks, was said to have tested the limits of modern engineering. It's perfect, infused with everything an amusement park could ever need. Old Yurihiko looked upon his creations and smiled. Only boosting his confidence was the fact that its grand opening was staged during a period of prosperity, the springtime of the world. But, in spite of this, they splendidly miscalculated the balance between aspirations and sophistications. Its mascot, Kitsy, was poorly designed and appeared like a cheap knockoff. Really? Is this possible? It looks quite nice. I don't believe in that. I don't believe that a mascot can be poorly designed. Maybe? Even the worst designed, if like paired with good press and good memories can shine. The park was stuffed to the brim with Brett's trends. Even it's impossible to navigate Mirror Maze seem out of date from the start. There are no dreams to be had at Kidsyland, only nightmares satire. Numerous trade magazines lambasted Kidsyland shortcomings and customer attendance declined. There was even an incident where a 6-year-old straight from his mother, had an accident and nearly died. In 1986, 5 years after the park opened, the situation had grown from bad to worse, and the park was hemorrhaging the money. On top of everything, Yurihiko, who has bet everything on the success of mascot Kitsy, retired, and Kidsyland's operations were officially in trouble. And thus, amidst the scorn of nearly all residents of the area, ended Misaki City's one and only amusement park. What's more, perhaps best described as a footnote to this debacle? The self-proclaimed Parisian artist who designed the mascot, Toki Julich, is said to have snapped his brush in mourning over the closure of the park. Okay. Returning to the present. It was midnight, and the Kidsyland of today was shadow of his former glory. Really? This is a cute mascot, come on. It's kinda cute. People... shaking my head. Right now, oh my god, right now, if it was now, people would be making video essay. The legendary Kitsy Park. And everybody would be like, in the comments, oh my god, I wish the Kitsy Park would be open. It was so nostalgic for me to get there when I was a kid. I know it had a bad management, but, I never got hurt when I was there. I don't believe that. I don't know, just town that doesn't have an amusement park nearby having an amusement park, and this amusement park is not... is like not being beloved is very weird for me. As a person from a small city that have like one amusement park around. And we have very shitty amusement park. It had nothing in it. Like, absolutely nothing. But still, like a doll abandoned by the corner of a toy box, the lonely park was illuminated only by the light of a town that continued to live around. So that's what happened. Sujiro closed the Yashiroki guidebook, and he picked up on the way there. The story of its history was almost difficult to believe, but he supposed that this was what people referred to as entropy. What? It's not what people refer to as entropy, okay, but sure. Unless you're reading, like, What's his name? You know who I'm talking about. The park's front gate was unlocked. When he worked... What's the name of the guy? Pinchon? I think I'm thinking of Pinchon. When he worked here the previous time, the iron fence was locked shut with a rusty chain, but the chain was nowhere to be seen and the gate left ajar. Poor guy, just getting into the nightmare scenario, following the mob drowning in the ladder. Sojiro quickly made his way inside. Sounded urgent, but to me, this late at night? What in the world could she want? Sojiro complained, quite out of the character for him. It was probably because, in spite of his naivety, even he knew that something was amiss. Though the park was abandoned, this was still trespassing. Unlawful entry, larceny, burglary. These were certainly not things, or perhaps crimes, that Sojiro was proud to do, but... Sorry, I can't pay you any money. I'm really sorry for coming in for free. Money apparently was why his conscience was gnawing on him. He clapped his hands in apology towards the statue of Kitsy. Kitsy is cute, come on. On whose eyes a paint has begun to aptly dissolve. Sojiro passed the mascot, bleeding red paint from its eye sockets, and began to walk the night park. Will they animate the mascot character and it's gonna be like a horrible creature? That would be cool. The building's color had faded. The collection of machines was rusted. The man-made residents no longer felt the passage of time. Even the ghosts themselves could not endure the disparity between the forsaken place and its previous grand stature? It was like a fossil dream. There were ruins of a paradise both created and abandoned by man in reality. Oh my god, look at this horse! The economy had stabilized, and the standard of living was on the rise. Nobody was overly concerned with the future. These were the remnants of a wild and exciting era. His breast turning to white wisps before him, Sojiro continued through the abandoned amusement park. Devoid of human presence, this was not nearly as frightening as darkness deep in the mountains. City suburbs can take many different forms, but Kitsyland was unusual for an amusement park in so much as it had been built adjacent to the residential district. The park was surrounded, oh my god, Alko Ozaki is a joker. The park was surrounded by a forest. She's not a Batman, she's a Joker. The park was surrounded by a forest, but even then, ultimately was man-made. It was no different from the curtains on a classroom window. If he were to scale the iron fence in circling Kitsyland and break through the 20 yards of forested trees, he would make it back to the familiar townscape. Though the amusement park tended to arouse dread in the city folk, to Sojiro it was little different from the commotion and terror of downtown. I guess that's it. The certain plaza was as silent as a grave. According to the map, the meeting spot was west of here. Waiting for Sojiro at his destination was a rugged, imposing, magnificent castle towering before the backdrop of a cloudy night sky. Even for an abandoned park, it was a remarkable structure. If the roller coasters and the Ferris wheels were loud, intense attractions, this was comparatively quiet and easygoing. It was one of Kitsyland's 3 iconic structures, and, in a way, the wicked fortress that guided this paradise down the path of closure. Scope creep? Okay. Generally speaking, amusement park mazes generally fell into one of 2 categories. Okay, amusement park maze experts talking, sorry. Labyrinths with disorient visitors with their sheer size, and the mirror houses with disorient visitors with optical illusions. That's not my experience. But to be honest, I was like in two mazes, maybe? I was in a mirror house, I guess. I was in the 2 mirror houses in 2 different, distinct places. And I was in a multiple Ferris wheels, but that's like classic. If you go somewhere, you have to get on a Ferris wheel. That's a given. Many of Labyrinth's guests enjoyed the brief sense of adventure that it afforded. Over the years, however, it would be absorbed by the ever-increasing thrills of new attractions. Such was the way of all trends. The curse of Feds? Huh? The new must give way to the newer. On the other hand, the House of Mirrors was a time-honored beloved staple. Even within the confidence of a classroom dimensions, well-placed mirrors and well-directed light could both perplex and delight its visitors. In figuring the cost of maintenance, a well-designed House of Mirrors could far outlive its labyrinth's brethren? Even with both types faded into obscurity, they would remain a staple of what constituted an amusement park. However, that didn't mean that combining them would produce double the fun. Together, they transformed from entertainment into an uncanny realm from which those who dared to step within could never leave. In a similar sense, Kitsy Mystery Tour Castle was the park's very own otherworld. Indeed, 5% of visitors ended up requesting staff assistant to get out. Modeled after European castles, it was greater than a football field in length, and the interior was farther split into 3 floors. This sounds so cool! I would visit this easily! Come on! I don't think this park should have closed. Or at least the reasons are not good enough. 2 floors above ground and 1 below, lined with mirrors from top to bottom, equal parts complex and vast, the maze deemed at least 30 minutes, even from veterans. 1 visit was all it took to be stuck by catoptrophobia for hours? Pardon? Catoptrophobia. Claustrophobia is extremely rational, overwhelming, and persistent fear of mirrors. Oh, also commonly known as spectrophobia or asophobia. Ooh. Derived from Latin spectrum, specio, an appearance, form, image of a thing. Catoptrophobia. Oh my god. Catoptron. Mirror from Greek. Ooh, fun. Fun. Very fun. 1 visit was all it took to be struck by catoptrophobia for hours. It was this labyrinth that now stood on Sejiro's way. It looked like it's not entirely pitch black. I guess somebody turned the lights on. It seemed that Sejiro, unaware of what the House of Mirror even was, concerned himself only with its lighting. He checked the letter from Aoko once more. The letter read, "I'll be waiting in the 1st floor lobby of the House of Mirrors." That meeting place was definitely in here. There was something to see by at least, as he could just make out light faintly through the open doors. Putting aside his suspicions, he headed towards the entrance. Damn, Alice is a 3rd wheel on our Sujura date? That's crazy. The sound of his steps against the brick-laid path echoed faintly. He was far from the hustle and bustle of the city. The park's clocks no longer made tick nor talk. And the winter's bite no longer blew in the night. From within the silence, the stillness that would cause any onlooker to hold their breath. Hello? Sujiro stopped abruptly at the entrance to the House of Mirrors. An outfit. By the way, why are you over here, Aozaki? He called out, turning back towards the plaza. Huh? A sound rang out as if someone had dug behind the garbage can, and it fell to the ground in their haste. A short silence ensued. She put some magic bullshit and he just went through it. For a moment, the abandoned park returned to its previous hush. Resigned to her having been exposed, the girl appeared from her hiding place. Is she stupid? The boots? Ooh, she's so cute. Look at your cute outfit. Oh, his voice died in his throat as he took the sight of the girl's familiar face and familiar attire. This Aoko, with her long hair flowing in the breeze, was different from the Aoko that Sejiro knew. Ooh, pretty. Cute outfit. Also, she's matching with her turtleneck with Alice. The resolve stance and posture she took exuded the strength of her will. She stared directly at him with a sharp eye, piercing gaze. Also, the red is her color, definitely. Sorry. Her eyes are glowing with a dim phosphoric light, enough to give Sojiro pause that he might be hallucinating. Again, an icy coldness at the girl's strength. Sojiro lacked the sense of danger, but the sense of imbalance caused even him to feel the malice in the air. It was as though the Yuki-onna spirit of folklore had climbed out from the ghost story and appeared here in reality. Aozaki? Instinctively, Sojiro took a step back. Surprised, he was starting to feel concerned. An unpleasant premonition rose to the surface, bringing with a sense of anxiety. In spite of this, he felt obliged to honor urban etiquette by seeing if she was alright. Did something happen to you? From the looks of it, Without acknowledging him, Aoko took a step forward. You figure, this atmosphere, Sojiro found himself recalling a recent memory. The twisted and knotted apprehension melted away and was replaced with a growing realization. The girl before him was very similar to someone he had seen before, the night in the park, though he had only seen her from behind. With increasingly certainty causing him to swallow nervously, he noted that they might as well have been identical. What about you getting scared of Toko? You asked me what I was doing. Well, it's exactly what it looks like. I was waiting for my prey to pass by. Once you went inside, I was going to follow you and cut off your only route of escape. Aoko said, perturbed by the swift change in plans. I came to the right place. Sojiro was mighty relieved he had not gone the wrong place. It was unclear whether he felt confident about dealing with what was to come, or if he had simply failed to grasp the hopelessness of the situation. Aoko ignored his obtuse response and continued. You know, Shizuki? Just like anyone else, some people get on my nerves and some people I really just hate. But the funny thing is, even my enemies are never people on my shit list. What the fuck does that mean? Cold emotions burned in her eyes. Her feet had already moved one step closer to Sojiro. Sojiro's sense of foreboding was grown stronger, wondering if what he sensed was bloodlust. He retreated another step. Continuous, so they maintained a distance of just 15 feet. As far as I can recall, I've never thought of someone I didn't like as an enemy. As it happened, I've never had enemies that I liked. The reason is simple. She held her right arm out. The light above her was no illusion. It's simple, really. Anyone who throws me out of fuck is my enemy. Her arm moved again. What about telling him why he's gonna die? Come on. It was instantaneous. Something shot past Sojiro in the blink of an eye, missing him by just a foot to his left. Wait! Before his eyes, a blue light, something into a fireball, had ignited from nothing. He finally understood what was happening. Wait a second, I've seen one of those before. She ignored his dim-witted reaction. I missed. Aoko muttered to himself. The fist-sized hole the blue light had made in the House of Mirrors cracked and smoldered. A shot like that could easily cave in a human skull in addition to burning it to a crisp. I'd have to kill myself if Alice saw me miss at this range. But you get it now, right? This is for you. There won't be a second chance. Sojiro backed away swiftly. Things were beyond incomprehensible. He was close to losing his ability to think at all. All he could make out was the figure, what's gonna happen, of the dependable student council president, or at least what he thought was the president, and the memories of the park that night 2 days ago. He had never experienced anything like this, though most people living in a civilized country would have never seen anything like it either. A lethal weapon that could kill with nothing more than a pull of a finger had a way of suspending the ability of its target to determine between not just good and evil, but dreams and reality, past and future. Redundant, okay. And the more people... the more peaceful someone's life has been, the stronger that suspension was likely to be. All that one could think about was the fact that they were alive at that very moment. It was as if he was an unwritten character on a blank piece of white paper. There was no before, there was no after, there was only what came next. This was the very common thought process for anyone staring down the barrel of a gun. Oh, don't bother begging, it's pointless. But feel free to aim your grievances. It's the killer's duty to listen to her victim's last words. By saying it was pointless, she made it sound more like she would not listen to what he had to say. However, Sujiro was in such a state of shock that it did not even enter his mind to speak up. As he knew, for reasons unknown, this was the girl in front of him wanted him dead. You could have told me to be Maru! You said that no such thing exists! Well, how about now, idiot? There's a monster right in front of me! Okay, I love Sujiro because he's just so funny. Sujiro felt that if he had said that aloud, he has big Yusuke energy from P5. Damn, the second blast would come even quicker than the last, so he kept it to himself. Nice knuckles. Anyway, his mental expletives stirred his mind from paralysis to mere panic. His response came not from the confidence, however. Someday, out of the blue, someone is going to kill me. Well, it may have seemed like a baseless belief to hold. Oh, but now that I think about it, murders happen all the time in cities. I should have remembered, if you break the rules, you get killed, but I knew that already. To Sujiro, the situation seemed to perfectly align with his... Oh my god. Red herring? Okay, the Sujiro, the situation seemed to perfectly align with his inexperienced understanding that city was a cold, pragmatic place. As far as he... Oh. The wheel is wrong. Okay, as far as he was concerned at this moment, being killed by a classmate was not something to be so surprised by. In a society where murders was possible, he was able to accept this sort of situation as natural. Of virtually no concern was the series of events that led to Oko's aggression towards him. The only thing that truly confused him was Oko's blue fireball. Why is really red? What's she talking about? The juror swallowed with an audible gulp. To anyone who may have been watching, it was the response of a victim paralyzed with fear. That's right, so you finally get it. I'm all out of words, so I think it's time you died. I could go on about how magecraft has to stay hidden, but that doesn't really have anything to do with you. All you need to know is that you were in the wrong place in the wrong time, and that it was me who killed you. Ooh, cutie. Done talking, Oko once again lifted her right arm. There was a hum like a machine. Blue light began to resolve about her arm beneath her sleeve. This was taking longer than the last minute, leading Sujiro to believe that it was going to be much stronger than the attack that was still scorching the wall behind him. The realization caused his panic to hate it. No, wait, it's not about me having to die, or the fact that the monster that night was actually Aosaki, or even better, she's a part of a church. It's not about any of this. Huh, part of a church. His thoughts became jumbled. His heart pounded like a hammer. This was no time to be standing still. He was not sure if the girl in front of him was really human, and more importantly, even if he could accept the events unfolding before him when all was said and done. Wait, it's wrong to kill people! Even if it was the life of a city, Sujiro was not about to lie down and die. She doesn't give a fuck. Don't you think I know that? Hey, wait! Sujiro screams, still entirely oblivious, which is the thing to awoke Oko full thrust. Yo. Poor guy. Oko fired a barrage of magical blue bullets. In an instant, Sujiro dashed into the shadows behind him, into the entrance to the House of Mirrors. The commotion, man. What the heck was that? Wouldn't the guards caught in it? Whatever. He darted feverishly down the hall. After a mere few feet, he had left completely out of breath. This was due to his shock at seeing yet another attack, fiercer than the first, that he'd never seen in his life, and because he couldn't shake the thought that if he had moved even a second later, he would have died. He could not afford to stop. The sound of merciless footsteps closed in behind him. I brought myself some time. Maybe here I'll be able to figure out something. He threw everything into his legs as he sprinted. He's already good at running! Oh my god. A straight, narrow passage about 60 feet long connected the entrance to the main lobby. At this rate, if he could just make it to the lobby, he was sure he would be able to find as many hiding spots as he needed. Thank god! He arrived in a large, open space. This was the first floor lobby, where there were 3 passageways. One led to the basement floor, one connected to the floor maze, and the other was a set of stairs leading to the second floor. Sujiro did not particularly care which one he chose, so trusting his intuition, he made a run to the first floor maze when... Ouch! He smacked his head into a transparent wall. A mirror? That's right, it's annoying, but I guess that makes things fair. The chaser and the chased are on equal grounds. A somehow cheerful voice echoed in his direction. There was no need for Sujiro to even turn around. In the very same mirror he had crashed into, he could see Aoko Ozaki, figure slowly approaching. You should know, I sealed off the first floor exit deep inside, physically, not the bounded field. Is calling it a seal going too far? Maybe plugged or buried work? Either way, if you get too close, you'll be swallowed by the cave-in. I recommend keeping your distance if you don't want to be buried alive. Contemplating bending footsteps, Sujiro groped for the wall. He could see the stairs to the second floor. He did not understand what Aoko had meant earlier, but he at least knew that the first floor was not going to save him. It would seem you'll overall if you just die that way, though. The cleanup is much easier for accidental death. Behind him was a creature beyond words. As she continued her idle taunting, she lifted her right arm ostentatiously. Ooh, what? Oh, I thought we seen her bones, but no, we seen like a magical signature that she's using in a third dimension. Even from above her clothes, one could see some kind of strange incognures pattern upon her body. The veins beneath her skin, they made it seem as though something inhuman was circulating in her body. Whether out of pity or repulsion, Sujiro stopped for just a moment. His pursuer evaded his gaze. You've noticed then. I normally hide it with ointment, but today is special. It's called the magical crest. It's proof that I'm a mage. You see this light revolving around me, right? It's the beginning of what's form that snubbed those bullets. I'm feeling pretty good today, and I've never felt more confident in how to use my magical energy sufficiently. I think I'm good for another 30 bullets or so. Perhaps she was on an emotional high, for her voice had become frightfully friendly. No, look at him, he's so sad. He doesn't want to die. The substance of a conversation could not have been any more unsettling, however. I don't understand the thing you're saying, Aozaki. You don't? I'm telling you, they have 30 more shots in the tank. If you can escape before I use them up, it's you win. For today, that is. For today? You mean I have to do this tomorrow too? No, not tomorrow too. Sujiro knit his brows. Aoko's expression creased into a scowl at his behavior. Although he was panicking, it seemed that deep down he still did not feel the full weight of a crisis. She knew he still didn't get it. I said my piece. Free time is over. I may still have some trash talk left with me, but, well, there's never enough time to get it all off my chest anyway. Just give up already. It appeared Aoko had prepared this theatrical dialogue ahead of time. Not to allow her opponent time for futile pleading, but to give him the time to curse her, his killer. Such forthrightness was her modus operandi with this victim, however. It was not going as she had hoped. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Shall we begin the hunt? Her voice was void of emotions and her eyes ruthless as they bored into her prey. This time, Sujiro finally accepted that he was going to die. Silent as a death, It stepped into the remains of a dream that had long since seen no visitors. There was no wind this night, nor a soul to be seen. Still, it heard the echoes from within, clasped its hands together, and grinned. Its form, with hands clasped. Oh my god, resembled that of a budding tulip. Oh my, stop! The bearing of this artificial flower reflected in a cloudy mirror of a ticket attendant's office next to the gate. Next to it stood a display board, corroded by the years upon years of rust. Number of visitors today, 2. Number of today. The board had graffiti crudely scrawled atop one of the words. It replaced with death. The record board had long ago fell into despair. Disrepair. After taking a full 10 seconds to digest what it was looking at, it made its own revision. Number of visitors today, 3. Number of deaths today, 1. After it's Taoko with red hair. After appearing this number with an index finger, she smiled like a flower. Then she began to walk towards the source of a sound. Oh no, it's a different person. Who the hell is that? It had been 10 minutes since the rhapsody had begun to echo from the House of Mirrors. The amusement park's entrance returned to as it was before, soulless. In the end, even if Sujiro had been the luckiest man alive, there was no way he should be able to escape. The question, however, was how much of this was by design. How much was sheer coincidence? Even Naoko, who had made all the arrangement, had no answer. Indeed, there was only 3 things she could say. It was taking longer than expected, he was putting up more resistance than she had anticipated, and that choosing the House of Mirrors had been a mistake. She had already screwed the pooch on this one. The location itself was the excellent choice, as the House of Mirrors was perfect for hunting ground, but seeing her own incompetence reflected in the mirrors was beginning to grate on her. The moral is low! The moral is low, so low? Who's the other person? Huh? The moment Aoka's right arm began to glow, Sujiro made a beeline for the staircase in front of him. A strobing series of blue flashes lit the room behind him. The hunter calmly followed her prey, and the prey desperately ran for his life up the stairs. It's just what the doctor ordered. We can very well let the best laid plans to go to waste now, can we? In stark contrast to Sujiro's frenzied escape, Oko walked briskly up the stairs. She elected not to run after her prey in order to maintain a set distance. As she lacked confidence in her accuracy, she would be the most challenged if Sujiro bull rushed her and went down fighting. But at a distance of 30 or so feet, he posed no threat. By the time her prey drew near, she could fire 10 shots and hit with at least 4 of them. Their positioning just a moment ago hadn't been ideal. At a distance, in a space this open, there were a chance, however small, that it could turn into a fistfight if you flanked and charged her. Currently, Aoko's best weapon was the bullets from her right arm. If she was going to capitalize on that adventure, it was in her best interest not to close the gap between them. There was a good time to approach. It was only after her prey had become exhausted and had lost the will to continue. Would she pierce his leg? Shoot him in the back? Pierce his leg on the 10th night? Or perhaps would he just give up after losing himself in a labyrinth? The hunt would end with when her target sustained some sort of injury and became unable to run. But he's still running. On Sujiro's end, he could barely bite back on screaming as he bolted through the maze. Even running in a straight line had become difficult, much less searching for an exit. Ow! The corridor stretched out far before him, or so the mirrors blocking the path had made it seem. Panicked, he made a turn to the right. No! That hurt! Clutching his head and right arm, Sujiro let with his left grope into the air to see whether a wall was there or not. Holy shit! Nasu really saw first episode plot of Evangelion was like, there is not even an Asuka in the first episode of Evangelion, isn't it? And so I really saw Evangelion and was like, hey, what if Asuka tried to kill Shinji? That would be fun. And he's right, this is kind of fun. Clutching his head in his right arm, Sejiro let with his left crop into the air to see whether a wall was there or not. Oh my god. He dove down the hole to the left, narrowly dodging the bullets targeting his life. 2 minus 2. It's 28 left. Okay. Urged by the sound of approaching footsteps, he ran without thinking. That last one was close. A hair closer would have meant his life. He caught the odor of burned hair from the back of his neck. He was very lucky, or perhaps very unlucky. If he were actually lucky, he would not be in this situation in the first place. True. The second floor of the House of Mirrors was structured like a giant spiral. It wound left, staring from the outside wall. Eventually it would lead to the dead end. The more he tried to escape, the more cornered he would become, as though he were trapped in a twisted guillotine. Huff huff. His stifled scream threatened to leak out as complaints. No matter what he did, he was going to be killed. All of his struggling merely served to prolong the inevitable. Yet he ran. Knowing how many mirrored walls he rammed himself into, he ran. Even after chasing so hard that his forehead blew and he saw stars, he ran. Minus 2 more. 4, okay, we're counting. I think I missed like 5 bullets that she put in the beginning, but whatever. Pain shot through him at every turn. The more frantically he ran, the more intensely he smashed into the invisible walls. His body began to understand the rule and begged him not to run anymore. This is brutal. The breath was already ragged after sprinting a couple hundred feet. No matter how he thought about it, this was not normal. This was way too crazy. This was all just a bad joke. If he turned around now, she would apologize to him for taking it too far. His mind had gone blank as his body continued to slam into mirrors again and again. His feet slowed as they began to believe that perhaps it was really all a joke. But then he felt a chill, a touch of death upon his neck. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Jiro knew this kind of terrible chill fare too well. Even since he had arrived in the city, he had come face to face with more than 1 or 2 near-death experiences. For someone who did not understand city life, his present predicament was not unlike when he experienced the traffic on the street or the commuter rush on the station platform. He was far from an innocent baby? Isn't it spelled not like this? Whatever. Unable unable to comprehend life or fear. Rather, everything he had ever known became irrelevant when he was flung into a completely different cultural sphere. Even society promises of safety, something urbanites took for granted, were threats unknown. So he was used to this already. No. If you were to be honest, he was dissatisfied with some things. Things superfluous to necessity. This world was overflowing with valueless things, and they were all dangerous in some way. Even the everyday necessities sold at the convenience store were, as far as he was concerned, amazing tools. Civilization has raised the standards of living so high that it was had numbered. Why would we be doing this right now? Why are we failing at a scene that was pretty neat before it? Okay. Of living so high that it had numbered humanity's sense of danger. The city's constant pursuit of wealth and convenience was a poison to a country boy like Sejiro. And he did not have the capacity to accept these conveniences. That it was possible for such conveniences to easily and suddenly be misused and cause unintended accidents had always made him anxious. Why? He had to wonder why he was even there. How ironic. It took the real threat of death to finally make him realize, like a divine revelation, that he'd failed to understand until now. He'd always had to expect the unexpected. Near-death experiences were more common than one might think. To begin with, safety was something that came at price. Being alive meant the opposite was always lurking around the corner. It was like a streetlight at night. When the sun rose, its illumination would naturally disappear. Another barrage of 1, 2, 3. Did I miss 2 before? Shit. Okay, that's 7. That's 7. He recalled in the back of his mind the charred remains of someone at the hands of a blue flame 2 nights prior. Somehow the situation reminded him of a horse being led by a dangling carrot. For now he lifted his hand and continued to run through the labyrinth. But for what purpose? Though he knew the pain in his chest was very real, he felt disconnected from it. The night sky, visible through the skylight, was a muddy ultramarine, no longer resembling the one he knew. And managed to calm himself. Sojiro began to laugh in despair, as though something rather precious had been broken. Everything had become meaningless anyway. Even so, his legs somehow made their way towards the side of her reflection in the mirror. 9? Like a game of cat and mouse, Sojiro fled through the labyrinth of mirrors. Then, after 4 minutes, that strangely unreal tension ended. The 9 shot. Oh! They count in 2. It is 9. The 9 shot of a blue light hit inches away from him. It exploded the moment it made impact, launching Sojiro into the opposite wall. Of all the fire he had taken thus far, this shot indisputably brought him the closest to death. Groaning, he collapsed on the floor. His back was on fire with pain. He was not bleeding, and he was lucky he could still even scream. Yet his body refused to move. Physically and mentally, he still had something to spare. The pain was not so bad that he couldn't get back up. It was just that there was a skylight above him, and he could glimpse the dark of the night sky below. Beyond, the feeling that overcame him was a raw, selfish bout of grief. Oh, it was just so cruel to have to stare at that for the remainder of whatever short life he had left. You know what it reminds me of? Oh, the realization just hit me. It's, in Twilight, in the first movie of Twilight, the last scene was the mirrors. This is big Twilight vibes. Sojiro's rugged breath slowed. For all intents and purposes, he had given up. He had given up fleeing from the pursuing footsteps, and perhaps even the roots of all his problems. Well, at least it's Awazaki who got to kill me. Sojiro Shizuki felt things that, in any other circumstances, he would never feel. Incidentally, such exaggeration or embezzlement, this was the only mistake he had ever made in his entire life. Staring vacantly into the night sky above, Sojiro listened as the footsteps drew near.
Give up?
Give up? It was the closest her voice had ever been to him. Perhaps feeling that he really had given up, she approached his collapsed form. In a dark, mirror-lined corridor, he could not make out her expression. Without a word, Sojiro raised his eyes to meet his murderer. I suppose if you don't care, you don't have to ask. You really do throw me off. Most people would ask me why I'm going to kill them right about now. Mako spoke from within the shadows. His eyes widened in bewilderment. Now that she had mentioned it, he realized that that would have been the obvious question to ask. He had more or less picked up on the fact that he was being killed for learning some secret, but it was human nature to want to know more. It makes sense, not that she mentioned it. A simple affirmation. His face was a mixture of resignation and a forlorn longing. He thought for a moment before... But you don't have to say anything. I don't want to hear it. He responded in a mature, subdued voice. Uh-oh. His response was clear, rather gallantly so. I see. I'm still going to kill you. Aren't you scared of dying? Of course I'm scared. It'll probably hurt. His face turned wry as he objected, to which Yoko frowned. As nonchalant as he could be, he was honest about his feelings. Of course it would be scary. I'll be scared too, you know. Sorry though. Just need to deal with it. It's okay if you call me monster. That's exactly what I am right now. I guess in a way I'm just like you. I don't have what you would call a normal morals. It helps when I need to murder someone. Sojiro's fingers twitched in response to her different tone, as if to say that despite having given up on just about everything, his body could not let those words slide. Murder is wrong, you know? We went through this. I know this already. Aoka raised her right hand. The light from the crest illuminated her face. It goes without saying that her expression wasn't changed. She was not crying, nor she was smiling. She was a young woman who had excised her feelings. Deal with it was another thing Sejiro could not let slide. Sejiro could read on Aoka's face that she was not herself. She was in pain, and to the degree she had never seen in her. Sorry, but I guess I do have something to say. What is it? But do think you can trick me letting you go but making me feel bad? Stupid Aoko. He unconsciously smiled at Aoka's ruthless counter and breathed a sigh of relief. He had misread the pain he saw in her face. This was the same Aoko. Sejiro laughed out loud in genuine joy, a laugh that most other people would never have taken as an insult. I'm starting to regret letting you say your piece. Or should I take that attempt to make fun of me just that? No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just wondering if that person over there was a friend of yours, Aozaki. Out of nowhere, Sejiro pointed behind Aoko. What? Aoko thought that it must have been that old overused distraction technique. Uh-oh! It had been a Japanese comedy act. This would be a part where she gave him a walk with a paper fan, but after giving it a second thought, she realized that Juro didn't have the capacity to understand old or even new tricks. What are you? Perhaps his honest disposition had been to his benefit. Without thinking, Aoko gave it to her curiosity and turned her gaze towards the direction in which her finger was pointed. Yeah, show me the villain! And there... Oh, it was a doll! Ooh, with red hair? Okay, so it's definitely her sister. Why is her sister haunting her? Something would not have been there in a maze. Something with a creaking wooden smile. It was ominous, creepy, uncanny figure of a girl. Nice. A puppet? An unusual figure with 2 arms and 2 legs stood silently in the darkness. If only for a moment, its beauty, which is ever apparent from afar, dulled the insanity of the current situation. Uh-oh. Extend. She has still 21 bullets, right? The earlier known threat made Aoko freeze on the spot. Avoiding it didn't even occur to her. Humans possess intelligence and knowledge, but when confronted with the unknown, they fail to process what to do and... Oh shit. A shriek escaped Aoko's mouth. The magical attack crossed her 30-foot gap in an instant. An arm of a girl who appeared at the rear of the corridor was slender and quick. It extended to a near impossible length, striking Aoko from behind. Aoko crashed into the wall as she fought back, an anguished whimper. The attacker retracted her arm. Redemption arc? Okay. Aozaki! Sejiro spun to his feet. He darted to her side and used all his strength he could muster to get her to her feet. He could not believe how light she was. In Sejiro's mind, Aoko was an extraordinary individual. He'd expect that if he were ever to touch her, it would be apparent that she was far stronger than he. But in reality, she felt about as heavy as you would expect a 100-pound girl to feel. Meanwhile, that thing continued to reel in its arms, as if were to some sort of mechanism. Having extended more than 30 feet from the elbow joint, it clunked as it returned to its previous shape and size. Are you okay? Are you for real? How can you look at me like that right now? Aoka tore her hand away from Sejiro's. Suddenly, she felt her knees buckle from under her, and Sejiro caught her before she could hit the ground and help her to her feet. Don't push yourself too hard. So, do you know this thing? He looked back at the eerie shadow 30 feet away as it finished retracting its arm. Yeah, I fought one of its friends a while back. Aoka grabbed her lower back as she answered. A searing pain shoot through her. Shoot through her. Oh my god. It's just a bruise. How can it hurt this much? It could never kill me. Catch me off guard like this, or maybe it can kill from a distance? No, it can't be it. I must be missing something. Ako tried to steady her breathing as she assessed the damage done to her back. The pain was quick to fade and her breathing returned to normal. For the time being, her motor functions were no longer hindered, which meant the real damage was elsewhere. Aozaki, you're... I know, just shut up already! Blue light glowed across the room. The magical energy gathered by her breathing was accumulating in her right arm. If magical energy was a fuel, the formula was the igniter. For Oko, this was little more than a reenactment of 2 evenings ago. Next time the puppet extended its arm, Oko would fire a magic bullet as fast as she could. The battle in approximately 30 feet. As long as Oko could secure a 2-second window, she could create a counterattack to end their duel. It made its move. With its head tilted down, there was no expression to be seen, and in the darkness, its apparent age was impossible to make out. To the 2 humans, the puppet was no dissimilar to the faceless ghost. The left arm slowly came up from the grinding sound. It also has Aoko's hair. Its movements were dull, as if joints were rusty. The right arm, which had been extended earlier, hung at its sides. The puppet mouth was hidden with the long locks. The sense was that it was smiling. Charging up. It's attacking from the left. Move it, Shizuki. She threw herself on the Sujuru and extended her hand. Its arm extended at the very moment. The timing was impeccable. In a single second, Aokosha's bullets scored a direct hit on the puppet's 10 bullets, puppet's arm throwing off its trajectory, sending it crashing into the puppet's body with a violent explosion. Or at least, this is what would have happened if the magic formula had been invoked. Ooh. Huh? She barely avoided being struck once again. When her magic craft failed her, intuition took over and she just managed to get away. She got me, she knew what I was going to do! She clenched her teeth in frustration, her thoughts racing mile a minute. Fight or flight? It only had one arm left, which would have taken time to retract. This was the best shot Aoko was at defeating it. If she could evade the right arm just a fraction, she could get close enough to... Vivo insomnia solitaria fresco in inferis. Hic dies mus obitus dies et meus mes. It should be mes, right? Nativus dies obem? Latin is weird, man. I should have read the translation. Oopsie. In slumber I live, in dirt I rot alone. Today is the day I died and was born. I come to you. Teobeam. Rockle echoed through the corridor. The poetic murmurs contained enough magical energy for a mage to perceive. The verse itself was Latin, but it contained hints to the language of Cursor. Gonder. Originally, they were words meant to curse a heated adversary. However, mea anima immortalis, autem mea futura nectus sant. My life is immortal, though my future was destroyed. Manus sam, animam definire ambiguum est, te odi et te amo. Conveniamus in somnio ipsa. I'm a ghost. Definition of life is ethereal. I hate you, I love you. Let us meet in a dream. Do you think they have like a Latin consultant for all those games that want to use Latin? Do you think they have like a Latin weeb that is like, oh yeah, I'll translate what you want to say here. Easy breezy. The puppet was directing the words at itself. Curses. Baguette? Curses. The victim calls down a curse on its assailant, creating a vicious cycle of negativity. The cycle, you say? The incantation was meant to do just that. However, this was ultimately a one-puppet show. An unprecedented source of power akin to auto-intoxication. And unbelievable as it seemed, the cycle of curses had been turned into a perpetual motion device. You got to be kidding me! Isn't this overkill? Oka abandoned the idea of digging her heels in. It was time to flee with all due haste. What do you think you're doing? Come on! She grabbed Chihiro's hand and ran as fast as she could, deeper into the alarm of mirrors. Nice shoes. The crackling voice continued its murmuring behind them. Proximi mini et omnes nos edem fims, omnes nos peccatorus sums, venit domum meum, lut simile somnium, et pulvere simile quotidianum, corruptible. My neighbors neglected me, not innocent among us. Among us? We are all sinners. We are all sinners. Welcome to my house. Lutus simile somnium. May we die a mighty death, from dust to dust. Gorge out my heart. Death be upon you. Cute. Okay. Oko fought against the pain in her back as she ran through the mirrored corridor. She dragged Sujiro by the hand. Aozaki, are you okay? My spine is numb, but it could be worse. My internal organs seem fine. Yuck, and I don't think I'm bleeding internally. She groused inwardly at how much mess she felt, though. Unlike Sujiro, Oko did not run into any transparent walls. Thanks not to superior sight, but rather preparation, she'd hammered the layout of the building into her memory. You're really okay? How can you tell? Because it's my body. One of the first things a mage learns is how to keep track of your body. Oko matter-of-fact answers contrasted with Sujiro's nervous questioning. The corridor grew shorter with each and every left turn. At first they were able to advance in a straight line for about 100 feet at a time, but by now they were forced to turn the corner every 50 feet or so. Is that the one from the other night? Probably the same pattern at least. Whoever's behind it must be pretty wealthy to be throwing a valuable automaton around like it's a toy. Sujiro frowned his brows. He was grateful that she was answering his questions, but baffled by the strange words she was using. Hold up, Aozaki. We've been running for a long time. We are a good corner ahead of her. We can afford to rest for a moment. His words suggested that he was still concerned about her injuries. Oko shook her head in irritation. Not enough against something with that kind of range. We need to keep running until the two or three turns clear, at least. We are 2 or 3 turns clear, at least. Sujiro nodded. Was that matter settled? He asked. Why didn't you leave me behind? What do you think? So you couldn't get away, idiot. Answer curtly, Oko glared at her naive prey. The two of them headed to the next corner. Their legs began to slow as they rounded one more. Oko rubbed her back as she tried to catch her breath. Though Oko had insisted that she was fine, it appeared to have been bravado. Even the usual clue, Sujiro felt the desperation they were in. He stood behind Oko with his arms folded. While they had a moment, he tried to make sense of everything. First, Oko had nearly killed him. Though he was saved by at the last possible second, it was by a strange, stretchy woman Oko had burned to ashes 2 nights prior. He could barely make out that night, but he considered it a her because it looked female. Ooh. The woman attack wounded Aoko's back and forced her to flee. Did we see this art before? Aoko was taking Sujiro with her, claiming the reason she did so was to prevent her prey from escaping. Yeah, she can't kill you anymore because... oh, she can't shoot. My body is so stretchy. My body. It's tired. It's tired as fuck. Goku's taking Sojiro, with her claiming that the reason she did so was to prevent her prey from escaping. In other words, you haven't given up, have you, Aozaki? Of course not. Even if I had to face two of those things, I'd still have pretty left to take care of the likes of you. Your tone was sharp, but even Sojiro could see that she was struggling to stay confident. Damage to her body was too much to afford her any optimism. Still, the fury in her eyes refused to accept her circumstances. The magic circuits are shorting out like crazy, which means the right arm of hers must be jamming my spells. Though the proper response would have been for her to tremble in fear, she did nothing but shake her fist in anger. The distraction of formula was only supposed to work on absolute beginners. If it had been her roommate, the arm would have been repelled the instant it hit her and attacker circuits burned out, rather than her own. Attempting to establish a link to the magic circuits of another mage was like presenting your heart on a silver platter. It would be no use in a battle against a superior mage. And yet, your adversary has been designed to do just that. Compelled with attack on areas of Misaki under Aoko's jurisdiction, these last few weeks, it was a clear statement from the enemy who had revealed itself as a fellow mage 2 days ago. In other words, the puppet saw Aoko as no threat at all. Played right into their hands, huh? While she was still angry, the whirlwind of emotions within her started to fade. Her face was that of a hunter far beyond her years. You seem to be more concerned about this thing that you were about haunting me. Well, naturally, I was only playing with you. Sojiro was not sure whether to be happy or sad about that. This is all so confusing that I don't even know where to start, but can I just ask one question? Naoko didn't respond. Her eyes was focused on the darkness before them. The silence was heavy, and the darkness was like a noose closing in on them. But Sojiro continued to spite of her indifference. Are you going to kill her too, Aozaki? A stillness fell over them. It was as if the gloom was pulled them in. No response. Their breathing was only sound echoing in a dim corridor. There stood Sojiro, forcing her to confront her sins, and the magician girl who continued to ignore him. They spent a few seconds seemingly frozen in time. Yes. That's the sticking point for you, isn't it? Oko whispered in a lifeless tone. Her sign was tinged with both resignation and contempt. Is sticky... what? Nothing. Forget it. But just so you know, this thing isn't following us, isn't human. You might not believe this, but it's a puppet that can move on its own, just like the one from the other night. Sojiro nodded as he processed the information. Not only did he not doubt your story, but he seemed to have accepted it at face value. You're awfully calm. No way. I have no idea what's going on, so I'm just trying not to think too hard about it. The part about it being a puppet isn't too surprising to me, though. What? Are you saying you've seen one before? What? What do you mean? Aren't all puppets in the city like that? Ooh? She barely stopped herself from falling to her knees. Of course, how could she have forgotten? She was dealing with a bona fide, natural-born moron. As a student who transferred from the isolation in the mountains like an endangered species, his utter lack of common sense rendered anything miraculous as mundane. If optimum meals were moving hunks of metal, the moving puppets were nothing to write home about. Wait, that meant... To him, the incident from the other night hadn't been extraordinary at all. He might have even assumed that it was everyday occurrence in the city. I give up. You know, I'd really like to get a look inside your head someday. Honestly, I have no idea how you made it this far in life. No wonder you're such a weirdo. Normally people wouldn't react the way you did when I attacked you. I could have been a monster or a ghost, but for you, it's just another new fact of life. I'm starting to feel like the real moron here. His stained face returned to normal for a moment. It hit her. There would have been another way to handle this without anyone getting hurt, but the damage had already been done. There were no do-overs in life, nor should there be. Your own mistaken assumption had sent the situation spiraling out of control. But now that Sojiro was involved, she had no she had to make sure that her secret was safe with him. Even if there had been another, better option, that ship had sailed. Human relationships were unlikely driven by mutual misunderstandings. They were like tapestries woven from mismatched intentions. Nice. Now we're going home. Can we end this chapter? No, we can't. Break time was over. There stood Aoko, Ozaki, and Sejiro Shizuki. Their first ever idle conversation had come to an end. Not that they had a choice in the matter. It was the jarring murmuring from around the corner that cut it short. Whatever. Nobody remembers my funeral. My mourners have long since perished. We were born wrong. Life is suffering. Nobody saved me. Nice. Very, very optimistic. The enemy had just around the corner, visible in the mirrors parallel to it. We don't have time to this. We need to keep our Huh? Ooh, bouncy. In contrast to Aoko's elegant blues, its light were a malicious red. Gander shots. There was a momentary flash of light before she even extended her arm. But the instant she saw the enemy, her dormant feelings erupted once more. You're a real pain in the ass. Ooh, nice. She channeled all of her pent-up anger and stunned it into her right arm. The fog that filled the corridor was no magical weaving, but rather a barrier of raw energy. It was equivalent to setting ablaze 3 buckets of gasoline to create a wall of fire, in the hope it would atop an arrow in a flight? If the puppet had attacked with its arms, it could have pierced such a wall easily, but because it has losing curses with no defined form, the wall of energy repelled the attack. While it was a huge waste of magical energy, it was the only means Aoko had to protect herself at this very moment. Unfortunately, its protection was reserved for Aoko alone. Sejiro held his hand to his mouth. While the curse has been weakened by the point where Aoko could no longer feel it, it had plenty of effect on Sejiro, who was not a mage. As if it understood the fact, the puppet turned its gaze from Aoko to the unanticipated human being behind her. This has nothing to do with him! Enraged, she swung her arm towards once again. The blue light formed a wall to block Gander for a scant few seconds. It was enough of an opening to exploit. Just as Aoko was forming the wall, the puppet pointed its right arm at her face and... Yes, apparently does have something to do with me. Time to run! Before the rocket of death could be fired, Sejiro scooped her into his arms. Huh? How he mastered the strength to do this was a mystery, but he turned his back on the puppet and took off running. Woo! He was a nimble sprinter, resembling a deer leaping across obstacles. Sejiro rounded 2 more corners, ignored the complaints Aoko was making, and eventually stopped in the middle of a second floor. He sat her down. Time to talk a bit more. Alright, I've already enough time to rest a bit. Sejiro's shoulders heaved as he caught his breath. As light as she was, running while carrying someone else would make anyone winded. She looked up at him in incomprehension. You had that much stamina all along? Then why? It made no sense to her. If he had the stamina to pick her up and run, surely he could have stood up and escaped when he had been downed earlier. Oh, that time I had given up. His words were unfiltered as ever. Though right then, fighting for their lives, he lacked some of his usual absent-mindedness. But why? Who knows? I've forgotten already. Though he may have turned away because he regretted saying it out loud, his words spoke volumes. For some reason, it pained Aoko to see him like this. Also, Ozaki is suddenly feeling rather ill. Was it that bright red? Yep, a form of magecraft. They call it Gander shots, a curse that originated in Scandinavia. It had no effect on someone with magic circuits like myself, but you're defenseless against it. I see. It doesn't work on you. Then that arm is the only thing that possesses a threat. Aoko had no idea why he was relieved, but she gritted her teeth and fought down the urge to snap at him. There was no use in yelling at a time like this. Above all, she felt that it would have been pretty petty in the extreme to voice her annoyance right now. You're right, an extending arm is the only thing you have to worry about, so it's not that tough after all. This time it was not false bravado. Bravado? Such an enemy would normally be a breeze for Ozaki, but her shameful negligence had led to the disruption of her magic circuits, making her even less formidable than her enemy. Worked so hard, at this point Oko had no way of attacking. The only option left to her was to wait for it to extend all its magical energy, but its perpetual curse mechanism made it a non-starter. The game of tag would not end until one of them was dead. She realized that she was in the same position as she had cornered Sajuro in earlier. She glanced at her right arm. She could not imagine how she had gotten into such mess with her magical energy at more than half of its capacity. This had to be karma for having enjoyed toying with Sajuro earlier. Maybe there is God after all, she grumbled under her breath as she shifted her focus. She had the fuel for her fire, but not the igniter. Isn't Alice gonna come here because you took too much time? Do you think so, maybe? And a killing machine would chase her until the end of time if need be. What she should do next was blindingly clear. She had to get back to normal. Ozaki? Sorry, I was thinking. Maybe that could... Okay, Shizuki, I got it. You see that side passage over there? Huh? Oko pointed, but he could see nothing but the walls of the corridor. For one thing, the floor had nothing but left turns and Oko was pointing to the right. At the center of the second floor is a stairway down to the first floor, which I destroyed earlier so you couldn't use it. But there is another path that leads to the right. Like the place is taunting you by design. It's a secret shortcut that only the hardcore fans know about. If you search carefully, you can find the way to the stairs down to the first floor. Now do as I say and go on without me. Oko turned her back to Sujiro and started walking in the opposite direction of the escape route and down a long corridor towards the puppet in pursuit. That thing killed anything it sees, so I have to destroy it here and now. It's okay for two mages to fight each other, but dragging normal people into the conflict is strictly forbidden. I'm the target, so this is the best outcome for everyone. Don't you think? Oh my god, it really is like a Twilight. If Oko won, the puppet would be destroyed. If Oko lost, its objective would be complete, and it would shut down. Either way, them going their separate ways would mean Sajuro survived. This is what Oko meant, though she explained it as this is too much text, as if the events were happening to two totally different people. If you're lucky enough, you'll make it back to the gate in one piece. One piece. So see you tomorrow then. Even Sajuro could tell that she was trying to act tough, but she had already disappeared around the corner by the time he thought to stop her. What's gonna happen? End of a chapter? Nope, okay. Where is Alice? Well then. Mentally, Aoko bemoaned a disaster she was in. The quality of this puppet was on a completely different level compared to the one from the park 2 days ago. The auto-incanting perpetual motion machine that was rarity in and on itself. But the puppet was also equipped for battle with its extending arms and Gander projecting crystalline eyes. It was a first-class product, if put in the market, would sell for hundreds or millions of yen. Ooh! Although that was only when factoring in its value as an antique. For the purposes of combat, it would make more sense to mobilize a significantly less expensive familiar. To use such a precious commodity as a tool for murder marked this puppet master as a completely different breed or crazy from the enemy she had faced up until now. Or she likes you because it's her sister. Nemo Insomnia Solitaria Putresco in Inferis. His dies meus obitus dies et meus dies et meus nativus dies te obem. In Latin, when two vowels are together, is this the right word? I hope. You have to read them as one vowel, but I don't remember which is which. Deus? So it's really inglified in Latin. I had the same problems. I never learned. Well, I didn't really give a shit about Latin, but when I was learning Latin at school, they were like, always telling me my Latin is very with an English accent, like I was trying to read Latin as if it's English. This problem did not went away. Here it comes! A sound of a crackling music box filled the air. Oh my god, maybe I'm the Latin weeb, even though my Latin is shit. The automata, animated by its own curses, approached. The corridor measured approximately 30 feet in length. Alco lay in wait around the corner, further down the hall, anticipating the puppet's appearance. This was no to buy Sujiro time to escape, far from it. Alco had concluded that she couldn't make a break for it under the current circumstances. Even if she did try to escape, and by some miracle made it out of House of Mirrors, that was as far as she would go. Outside, with no cover, Alco would quickly be overtaken and screwed from behind. As long as her magecraft was disabled, escape was impossible. Instead, she chose to force the enemy back. Her situation was not the most favorable, but neither was the puppet's. Though this narrow hall gave Alco no place to run, it in turn prevented the puppet from reaching full speed. This was the weak point of this machine. The automata of its era had a tendency to struggle with minute changes in speed. Set? She literally says set. Why are we saying it as connecting? What's the point? She flowed energy into her shorted circuits. Her blood flow and magical energy supply were unstable. It would be difficult to construct a formula in this state. She could do this, hardening her right arm and imbuing it with as much energy as she could. Doing so turned her arm into an improvised weapon, like a hammer, but assuming she could manage to get into close combat range, this was the best she could do. All she needed now was the plan of attack. The question wasn't the weapon to use, but how to use the weapon she had. The simplest way would be to use the mirror's reflection to hide and then rush the puppet from its blind spots, except for one major problem. It did not have the center of sight in the first place. The puppet's view of the world around did not stem from a visual feedback, but from mapping the topography of its surroundings. In theory, it was the same as the bat's echolocation. The environment could be measured based on the emission and return of high-frequency sound waves. Oh my god. Yapping. Those chants served as a sensor pulses. As far as the puppet was concerned, the mirror were no better than transparent paints? Huh? Paints? Making even the thought of an ambush laughable. Closer I get, the more able to sense me. I'd really rather fight it at a distance, but if it's shooting Gander, it's probably got at least a fin shot up its sleeve too. Gander was Scandinavian in its origin, we know, and considering its simplicity highly versatile, it was most effective at impairing a target's health by pointing your finger. As a single-action magecraft, it was limited to only causing illness, but there was a secret technique said to be greatest mastery of the Gander shot. The fin shot. It could do more than cause simple illness. It was a deadly curse that could stop the heart. The heart? Something stop. To stop something. The wound on her back set her nerves on fire. The unarmed girl and a deadly automaton. It was clear that she was the one designed for death. She considered the slim chances of survival, then... A vision sent chills down her spine. Quietly, using everything she could to calm down the feeling, Alco faced her all-too-familiar illusion. She clenched her teeth to keep them from making a defeating clatter. But there, the sensation of fingers clawing up her neck, behind her the spectre stared and laughed. This alone made Alco want to bolt. On top of all that, when Alco tried to mentally stimulate the coming fight, she estimated a 2 in 10 chance of dying in the first 5 seconds. 20%, at times her predictions were harsher than reality. If Alco fought the puppet 10 times, she would die twice. She would not stop herself from visualizing her own corpse. She imagined herself collapsing, crumpling under the puppet's curse. Her eyeballs swollen like a blowfish, blood and other fluids oozing from every bodily orifice. 1 in 5, 1 in 5, 1 in 5. A 1 in 10 chance of death is better now, but 1 in 5? It drove her crazy. But Alco forced down her heart as she tried to escape from her mouth. Taking a deep breath, she peered at her own reflection. She thought back to that white night half a year ago. This, she decided, was nothing compared to that. I love the motto of every character is that I've been through worse. This is not the worst thing that happened to me. 6 months ago, at Koanji Estate, the Hound of White Roses, the wondrous snatch that appeared from within the thick fog of a skull, had killed Aoko 100 times out of 10.
Me anima emrutaris, otem eftera negata sunt. Manes sunt, animam definiram bidum est.
A dark curse shattered Aoko's daydream. It was only 30 feet away. The puppet rounded the corner. Either side stood in the shadows, their forms indiscreet. The puppet gave no warning. Without preamble, it swiftly fired a grander barrage. Just as Aoko planned, the curses fizzled out as they hit her mist-like barrier of magical energy. The projection would only last few seconds, giving her just enough time to... Come on! Its stretchable spear spun towards Aoko's face. Bingo! Nice. The lethal weapon glazed her cheek. At your experience analyzing puppet attack patterns gave you the wherewithal to evade the attack by the hair's breadth. It was one thing if a puppeteer were pulling the strings, but automatas, those had their limitations. Aoko had bet everything on this killing machine following a predefined template. The puppet would use a given attack for a given range, and she could adjust her tactics to that. Now's my chance! Before its arm had a chance to fully retract, she changed the puppet. She charged the puppet. It was a risky gamble, but her overall chances were slim to begin with. The scales tipped in her favor. And her predictions were correct. There were 2 ways she would die. One from a fin shot fired at that range. Really, look at her. And the other was the puppet attack pattern was beyond her ability to foresee. Instantaneous mass transfer, otherwise known as mass displacement. Immediately after Aoko dodged the puppet's arm, something smashed into her abdomen. Oof. Oh. The hand-on collision from its shoulder felt like a rocket. But where had the ability to propel itself come from? Puppets like this were not built to have the ability to jet around like that. Doing everything in her power to stay conscious in spite of her pain, Aoko could just made out what had happened. It wasn't propelled, it was pulled! Yet the puppet's arm had not returned to its body, it was lodged in a wall and revealed itself from the other direction. It could do it? Swallowing her surprise, she hastily pulled herself back up. Her abdomen, specifically her diaphragm, has been dealt a significant blow. The attack left her disoriented. Thankfully, the puppet was surprisingly lightweight. Her bones and organs were intact, and she had sustained no life-threatening damage. She was having a hard time breathing, however. She was shaking, though he managed to keep her calm. In another 2 seconds, she leaped back on her feet. No, that was 2 seconds too long! She told herself to calm down, that she was already calm. She'd only briefly lost her bearings. She was fine. She could recover her breath and her vision later, if only her body would move. Above her, Aoko could hear the rapt noise of a powerful force. Come on, let's move! We got to get to where? She could... I have to say it, big Homestuck vibes. Anyway, she couldn't once more feel the touch of death. Grant us salvation, grant us salvation, grant us salvation. The puppet was so close that Aoko could reach out and touch it. That also meant that it could reach out and kill Aoko. I need to get my right arm into the blind spot. Intuition alone, Aoko rolled over to the puppet's right flank. Its arm was still embedded within the wall. From here it could not attack. She had made the right decision. Her dizziness faded. Cast of righteousness, lay piety to rest. The beasts are meant to consume each other. Life is big body decoration. Throw away your intellect. Pain powers the mind. Aoko pulled herself back up. It was her turn. What? Yep. It isn't all of us, that's crazy. It's only an instant, Novoko, I mean. Within a labyrinth of mirrors, she saw an image of herself.
Fui salvato.
We die. A blinding, brilliant light flashed. Lacerations appeared across the walls. At the last moment, Alko managed to thicken the magical energy running through her veins into a primitive form of magecraft resistance. It just barely saved her life from what must have been the puppet's ace in the hole. Why you? The puppet bore a striking resemblance to Alko. This powerful curse was not satisfied with stopping Alko's heart, but destroying her entire being. Alko did not even have the time to be shocked. This was her chance for a counterattack. The puppet's balance was unsteady, its right arm still embedded in the wall. Alko prepared to give its defenseless body a strong kick, but her knees buckled and she collapsed into a heap on the floor. In slumber I live, in dirt I rot, alone. Today is the day I died and was born. I come to you. Sudden nausea and lightheadedness overcame Aoko. Her body temperature began to rapidly lower. This whole time, it was spreading its curse the whole time. She noticed too late. Where is Sujiro? She clearly did not fuck off. She's somewhere here. Sorry. The puppet's curses circled the hall. The curses chant that its puppet used as a source of power doubled as a defense mechanism, crippling those who drew near with illness. She bore the full brunt the entire time she was in a close proximity to it. Although Oko had magic circuit, she was succumbing just as Sujiro had. Laughingly, she forced her deteriorating body to jump back. Not done yet! With all the energy she could muster, she forced her way past the exhaustion caused by the curse. However, Ako's blood pressure took a steep nosedive, not from the curse-induced anemia, but from what appeared in front of her. They stood in perfect harmony. In front of Oko was the automata that shared her face, its left arm held out like an arrow. The deadly weapon shot towards and on her heart. Then, a moment before it made contact. Watch out! The moment she heard that fearless voice, completely out of place in his storm of violence, Oko's body pulled forcefully to one side. Once again, the extending arm cut through empty air. While the puppet quickly retracted its left arm, Sujiro took the brief opportunity to take Oko by the hand and flee at full speed. Still not the end. Sujiro ran through the corridor as fast as he could, only stopping when he had put enough distance between them and the puppet. I was thinking, and though he had saved her, she looked angrily rather than grateful. This did not keep Sujiro from saying his piece. Tomorrow is going to be a really busy day for me, so, in other words, let's finish this today. A rather awkward proposal. Ogura made it silent. She was also rather angry. Not that she could not figure out what made him tick, nor because he'd returned after escaping, nor even because he was spouting his typical airhead lines. It was, she supposed, that instant, the fact that when he grabbed her hand, her mind has gone completely blunt. Aoko found it unforgivable. Which beckons the response. Beacons? Are you insane? In the heat of a moment, she blurted it before she could stop herself. Or maybe you got a dead fish. Don't you realize that either of us could kill you with a snap of a finger? At the very least, I don't owe you a damn thing. Saving my life doesn't change a thing between us. Sujiro nodded, clearly unperturbed. Don't worry, Ozaki. If tonight taught me anything, it's that you're more ruthless than that. She found herself slightly offended. But I think you need to get one thing straight. That thing isn't just trying to kill you. I think it's trying to kill me as well. She was having none of it. Your eyes shot daggers his way. And before you chew me out, you need to know something. Do you remember the first floor entrance at the end of a long corridor? Well, it's blocked. I tried my best to find a way out, but no luck. There was no choice but to turn right back. Ako's eyes widened, even so slightly in amazement. She felt admiration rather than shock that her enemy would go to such length. And besides, it was hostile to me earlier. I could tell by how it was glaring at me. Well, it happened so fast that I didn't really get a good look at it, but it was really unsettling. You should be careful. That thing, she sure was a terrifying face. It's my face, you dickhead. Gee, thanks. You bet. I mean, I can't pretend like this isn't happening to me. Whichever you wins, I'm dead man either way, right? I can't argue with that. If it's willing to go as far as to seal off the entrance, then it'd probably kill any witness as well. At least that's what I'll do. Right? And I don't want you to be the one who kills me. Wait, what? His words were decisive. As Aoko looked at him, she could swear he was trying to encourage her. It was when she realized. He's fucking dumb. Sejuro was looking even worse than before. Wait, are you okay? Well, I'm better than if I drank the entire bottle of soy sauce. He tried to make light of the situation, but his forehead was clearly drenched in sweat. Right, it's because he was close to the puppet just now. How could he possibly be able to withstand a curse that made even now Aoko nauseous? She bit her lip, annoyed at her for not noticing this earlier. Sejiro was such an airhead that she hadn't even paused to consider his plight. Really at this scene. When she realized he's so dumb, great line. Why didn't you consider trying to hide down in the basement? That would have been the safest bet, wouldn't it? She really could not understand him at all. You should really take your own advice sometimes, Aozaki. But hey, this is no time to be chatting. She could catch up at any moment. He turned to look down the corridor. The crackling sound of a music box could be heard creeping forth from the darkness. I was thinking about this while I was on the first floor earlier. If it kills you, I'm next. That's why we should deal with it first. What are you getting at? She asked a question to which she already knew the answer. She did it to put him to a test. If he wavered even a little, she would have killed him where he stood. My proposal is, if I agree to help you kill this thing, would you let me go? This is so long. This takes too much time. This really needs an editor. I thought I'd make it clear that helping me wasn't going to change my mind. And besides, what do you think you're going to do to it anyway? Oh, that's your end of a bargain, Naozaki. This is your area of expertise, right? The commander, who had the overall picture, was responsible for delegating roles to their teammates. Oh my god. It was futile to depend on someone who was unable to grasp situations or evaluate the enemy's strength. So Juro was proud to share it, but he knew this. He spoke to his... That's it, I'm done. He spoke the turn. Olga was the only one who knew both Sujiro and the automata. That was why he pointed out that following her orders to the best of his ability was the only thing he could do. It may have seemed as though Sujiro had surrendered his capacity for self-thought, but in accepting that he was helpless, he wasn't for giving Aoko his complete trust. Fine then, so you'll do exactly what I tell you to do? I will. And just so you know, I'm not doing this out of a sense of obligation or anything. I'm just obvious that neither of us had a chance on its own, so this isn't goodwill or kindness, it's transaction. His eyes sparkled as if this was bartering in its truest form. Oh my god. This child must have learned this from Tobimaru, Aoko thought. Though she refused to let him see it, she smiled inwardly. Sure, he had gotten the best of her just now, but there were times when defeat was not the worst outcome in the world. Honest pay for honest work. Makes sense. And I hate to admit it, but... She relaxed her shoulder and sighed. Her face crackled into a wicked grin, as if her fears were suddenly washed away. Your plan is just my style. Aoko repaid Sujuro's trust in equal measure. Here we go. Ooh. This feels like it's running for a word count at this point. That's just me being here for a few minutes. You don't even know. Just so you know, this is going to be pretty tough for you. Aoko warned Sujiro, moving as fast as she could without her foot footfalls, causing a din of noise. Sojiro remained... Hold on. Sojiro remained near the center of a spiral maze on the second floor. I'll let you in on the secret. Look at your stupid fucking face. I have another trap up my sleeve. I think I might have gone overboard with this one, but when you didn't show up on time, I just couldn't help myself. A trap? For me? Sojiro tilted his head like a squirrel as Aoko freely discussed the final ace up her sleeve. What is this Ominako murder mystery type of bullshit? I engraved an ignition formula into the support pillars in the basement. If I ignite the center pillar, it will start a chain reaction and will ignite the rest. I made it before the thing started jamming me, so if I use it with a bit of magical energy, it'll go boom. Sojiro was a little unsettled by how unclear this last bit was. Aozaki, could you clarify? I want to know how much you were going to blow me up. Please be honest. Also, did I make a mistake agreeing to team up with you? Don't be silly. It's just an insurance policy. Yeah. I just thought that if I lost sight of you at any point, I could blow up the whole building. And you visit. Nice. It was your policy to be throughout to a fault, after all. She laughed, embarrassed to hear herself say it out loud. Don't you think that's overkill? Faced with Aoko's cruelty, Sojiro forgot about the situation at hand and protested from the bottom of his heart. Killing people is bad, Aozaki. Stop complaining. At least now we have a way to fight back. She shot back. Aoko dashed down the corridor, mumbling things that probably would have sent Sojiro panicking if he had heard them. To answer how much would you have blown me up? Because that feels like a pretty clear dead or not dead condition. The strategy was simple. Oko would use the escape route to the right and avoid the puppet while making her way down the basement. Upon reaching the center pillar, she would pillar? Can I say pillar normally? She would infuse the formula she had prepared with magical energy and escape. Once ignited, it would take about a minute for the chain reaction to spread throughout the whole house of mirrors and another minute for the building to collapse. She would be cutting it a little closer. Because she had committed the maze to memory, she was sure she could make it out in time. Oko assumed that the chain reaction caused by the pillar would clear the barrier that the puppet had placed at the entrance. And even if it was strong enough to withstand the blast, it would not be able to stay standing once the foundation buckled. Sojiro's escape was assured as long as the formula in the basement was activated. Next came the most important part. The automaton was at a disadvantage in the obstacle-laden house of mirrors and was unable to move at full speed. If it was near the center of the second floor when the building collapsed, it would be caught up and crushed by it. So the problem was keeping the puppet on the second floor until Aoko could make it down the basement. I'm counting on you, Shizuki. I just need you to keep it occupied for 3 minutes. Ideally, he would be able to keep it busy until she could activate the formula. If that failed to work, him luring it down to the first floor would be the next best thing. She understood perfectly well the danger she was putting Sojiro in, but his lucky streak and grinding speed were nothing to scoff at. Didn't he have like a huge burn at his back? We're not gonna address it? Okay. As long as all he has to do is run, then maybe, just maybe, he can actually pull this off. Aoko made her way through the hidden passage of the maze, her hopes pinned on Sojiro. Meanwhile, well out of earshot, Sojiro was readying himself for another desperate chase. He clung his beating heart using a method of his own making. What mattered most was that he remained calm. The plan was simple enough, and Aoko's orders were succinct and easy to understand. I just imagined this whole plan, and then nothing happened such as say, wait, was it load bearing? Nope, I don't get that message, sorry. Keep a distance around your feet and wave through the corridors as slowly as you can 3 or 4 times. Oh, it looks like this? Really? Shut up, Aoko. This maze look like this? This is just a spiral? The fuck? Count the mirrors as you move to locate the hidden passage. From here, they are on the 6th, 3rd, 11th, and 2nd mirrors counterclockwise. Use those and you should be relatively safe. It was essentially a looping marathon. As long as Sujiro kept just enough distance from the puppet's extended arm to allow her to track him, she could continue to chase him indefinitely. Okay, simple to the task was Sujiro was putting his life on the line as bait, and then there was the final order to run as fast as he could to exit when the building began to sway. This is more than just little tough. He nervously struck his head out from around the corner. He could hear the sound of a music box from the other side of the corridor. First he had to make eye contact with it, then head through the shortcut on the right and begin their game of tag. It's a tie? Damn. He spotted it and braced himself. Closer, closer. Fearing that her arm could fly at him at any moment, he went over Aoko's instruction in his head. Yo! Whoa, can use the signature 3 times. Anyway, load bearing means the pillar is actually part of a structure, meaning that it would collapse. Some pillars may not be load bearing, either just for support for very specific situation or just so it was symmetrical with everything else. Oh! Yeah. I understand. I understand now. Wait. I mean, what if it's the only pillar in the room? What's then? Wait. Can you safely assume that the pillar is load-bearing if it's the only pillar in the room? It's like with walls, right? There was better walls than the other walls? Wait. However, he could not quite remember which pane led to the first hidden passage. Pane? The 3rd? The 6th? The 9th? No, he's stupid! Shit! No, he was sure that was mistaken. He was confident he had it memorized moments ago, but his nerves had gotten the best of him and his head was now spinning. Then Sujiro realized that the sound of the pursuer has begun to grow distant, at an incredible speed. Ooh. She's having fun. What's it doing now? The unusual silhouette of a puppet astonished him. Before it had taken the form of a beautiful girl, but now it made a bizarre transformation and returned to the first floor to pursue her primary target. No! Oh, this isn't the plan. Sujiro had no longer sure what to do. Yell! Before he had time to mourn his failure, the puppet had vanished out of sight. I'll help, so let me go. Or so he had said, but now he couldn't follow through. So, what am I supposed to do now? Alone, he tilted his head in frustration. Run the fuck away! This shit could blow up! He spoke into darkness as if Aoko would be here to answer him. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so horrible. Meanwhile, downstairs, as soon as she arrived on the first floor, Aoko understood what had transpired above her. She did not even have to strain her ears to hear the puppet. Even during the heyday? This attraction had never made sound like the one she heard coming towards her now. It was the sound of despair, as if a horde of monstrous hedgehogs were scraping the way past the mirrors in her direction. My fucking god, why? It's 3 minutes? He couldn't even last 10 seconds. Rather than buying her time, Sujiro had instead stolen hers. He had one job, to run away. That was all. She cursed him under her breath. Multiple footsteps, so it switched from bipedal to multi-leg form? The echoes made it sound like dozens of feet were approaching. Yeah, dozens of fucking hedgehogs. Aoko's mind conjured the image of a giant 6-legged spider tearing its way down the corridor. It was little wonders that it was so much faster than before. Its perception of its surroundings through the echolocation was that of particular use in the darkness. Compared to the side-dependent humans, this automaton was far better equipped. Hick, water. This feels like one of those if, in Death Note, all of Light's monologue were in real time. Incomplete, that we are just staring next. Ah yes, hedgehogs. Compared to the side-dependent humans, this automaton was far better equipped to navigate its way through the labyrinth of mirrors. If it could not keep pace earlier, that had been because its bipedal mode made it less maneuverable. Now, the stability provided by multiple legs gave it speed that far exceeded that of a human being. What now? What now? Her thoughts spun out like she tried to come up with a plan B. Well, she knew for sure that this was the pivotal moment. If she continued standing still, she had seconds left at most. Even if her current state, she knew she could easily neutralize the bounded field blocking the entrance without casting a spell. All she had to do was feed a little of her own energy into it. Aoko could squint with all her might for a little more than 3 minutes. The puppet had far more stamina than she did. She could only come up with 3 options. The first was to escape through the exit in front of her, the second was to hide somewhere on a more complicated first floor, and the third was to run into the basement and be struck like a rat in a trap. Well, that's obvious enough. She made her decision with zero hesitation, moving her stiff legs again with determined strength. The outcoming storm was almost upon her. Her resolve firm, she turned and ran, descending into the darkness. Where's Alice? No matter what, if finale should be glorious. This would be the Mirror Castle's final scene. 2 humans and a puppet. A young sorceress run towards the subterranean heart of a castle, while an autonomous antique chased its prey into the depths of a demonic dungeon. A minute later, a faint blue charge would ripple through the castle. This was the main pillar in the deepest depths of a basement. Though not critical to her castle structure, the pillar was a visible symbol of it. The girl concentrated her magical energy into a fist and thrust it into the pillar. At the pillar? This was the blow that would bring down the castle. She imagined the destruction as she threw the punch, and the scene blossomed into reality seconds later. It was simple ignition magecraft, meaning to release the condensed magical energy engraved into the 4 pillars at the corners of the structure. There's 4 pillars, okay? The misinformation we were fed before, using electricity as a switch meant virtually instantaneous activation. Too much words. 3 minutes? It happened swiftly and elegantly. Hammer of destruction descended upon the castle of dreams that was stubbornly resisted its fate for 2 years. It was almost a joyous sound, and so the lifeless and abandoned castle of mirrors set the stage for its final and most spectacular performance. Aoko's magical energy became an electrical charge that activated the magecraft formula engraved into the pillar. The chain reaction would lead to the castle destruction. You served your purpose, but it must have been rough. Looks like you're gonna collapse any time now. The plaza in the center of a basement. Aoko tried to steady her breathing while rotating her magic crest at full speed. She raised her arms in blue light, fully aware that she could no longer activate another formula. The doll is here. Ooh. Her labored breathing refused to settle. She stood at the center of a basement. Without being spotted even once, she had managed to make it all the way to the central pillar. It was a 100-meter dash in 13 seconds flat, undoubtedly a new personal best. She sprinted at her weakened heart, knowing full well that the fate that awaits her. It can't help but follow me, and once down here, there'll be no escape. Should have expected that. It was too much to expect that I should keep the chase forever. Hindsight was 20 out of 20. I feel if you're running for your life, you would have more than 3 minutes of stamina. Oh, yeah, but they like been running for their life for a couple of hours here already, so it's a very long scene, man. Very long scene. The castle was only minutes away from collapsing completely. If they stayed here, they would both be crushed by the rubble. The puppet certainly did not care. With no life of its own, the sole concern was the elimination of its target, Aoko Ozaki. Indeed, the enemy had been willing to die from the start. She resented her own lack of resolve. It wasn't like her to tuck the tail and run from an opponent that didn't fear her death. In slumber I live, in dirt I rot. Today is the day I died and was born. Now I come to you. I've always been on a suicide mission. Huh. It doesn't have enough juice to power the six-legged form, and the fin shots, the curses aren't recharging it fast enough. Such a perpetual motion device has only as good as its ability to regulate its energy consumption. Using so many functions at once meant it was burning through the fuel quickly and losing the ability to process the curses that powered it. It was using up all of the functions it had been given to achieve its aim. This was the pride of a tool, if such thing could have had ego, those endowed with sentience could never hope to understand. A beast born to do nothing but run would burn away a human who faced its resolve. It's a waste when you think about it. I thought my sister was the only one capable of something this reckless, but I guess I was wrong. Oh, sister mentioned two and two will not be connected together? No. Okay. Mahoyo did not intend the sacrifice play here. She respected her adversary now, and she had done regretting her choices. Oh, so this person who's your enemy has the same power as your sister, knows how you look, to the point that they could make a perfect puppet as your sister. It is said that the puppet is very rare, is very expensive, and it's weird that a random villain will put all this money and resources to kill you, huh? I don't know, pissed me off. She respected her adversary now, and she was done regretting her choices. There was no time to waste. This is it. This ends now. Totally not the sister. Totally not her sister who's behind all of this. Aoko had every intention of paying back double for what it had done for her. Whoa. Nice angle here. The energy Aoko had accumulated exploded out of her right arm. She aimed for a single thing, a head-on attack. The enemy responded with a lethal curse that reached for her heart like a set of talons. Humming with power, it meant to rend Aoko's heart and burst itself out in the process. Hop! As soon as she saw it, Aoko kicked the floor as hard as she could. And flew. Her long hair switched through the air as she flipped aside. This lateral move almost set her tumbling to the ground, but a quick swing of her arm allowed her to regain her balance. A shot grazed her arm, the curse scorching her left shoulder. She did not flinch. Aoko knew she could hold on as long as she continued to avoid direct fin shot. Snap. Yes. Of balance and pain, it took her half a second to recover. The moment she raised her head, she deflected the attack with a fist full of magical energy. Here goes! If the puppet had a will of its own, its eye would have popped right out of its sockets. It would have been floored? Shocked at the strong will that allowed this girl to perform a series of moves like this. Crackle. Crack. Our response was instantaneous. While her power was not sufficient to completely redirect the arm's trajectory, it was just enough to deflect it harmlessly past her hair. It was all a mistake. I should have never been born. Atone for me, atone for me, atone for me. The chance became a curse that robbed Aoko of her vitality. Crack, the noise of her wrist breaking. Damn. We still have some left in the tank, or was it actually indigent? Whatever the reason, Aoko was easily able to resist the weakened defensive maneuver. Nice. Glider. and her right leg, pulsing with magical energy, shot up into the puppet's chest from below. Ooh, pretty. It was much lighter than Elko anticipated, or rather she felt little resistance, and automaton's weight was determined by its internals, the size of its power source. Ironically, it was the superiority of its music box engine that would prove to be its downfall. Couldn't she do it before? Now the building is exploding and it's kinda... Welcome, 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 welcome to my grave. Stuttering curse. Having taken the full brunt of Aoko's kick, the puppet bounced from ceiling to floor, collapsing in a heap. Its eternal construction had been wrapped by the impact, leaving the drum of a music box that powered the puppet wrapped as well. Take your design flaws up with your maker. A single dynamo would have been all you needed to... Wait, what the... Nice. Part of the ceiling came crashing down in front of Aoko, snapping her back to her senses. Did they really just take her out? She was so stunned by her own victory that she forgot the House of Mirrors had already begun to collapse. This was kind of worthless. I gotta get out of here. Uh-oh. She tried to do her cool final line to the enemy. There was no time to relish in her victory or pity her opponent, not unless she wanted to meet the same fate. As the situation stood, she found it hard to imagine getting out alive. Get a move on, Aoko. She clapped herself on the cheek to motivate herself anew. This was her bounty for finishing the battle in a matter of seconds. Her breath ragged with excitement, Aoko ran for the exit. Where's Sojuro? What's Sojuro doing? Rookie mistake. The collapse was intensifying by the second. Having lost its support pillars, the castle was bucking under its own weight. Out of my way! Counting the bullets, we stopped on 10, this is 11th. Okay, escaping from the basement was proving to be no easy task. While she was taking the shortest route possible through the maze, she was clearly crushed by the walling piece of a ceiling along the way. This was the second time, no third, she had to deal with fallen rubble along the way. To 13, she destroyed the debris on the stairs with magical bullets as she ran. The automation jamming had long since worn off. The early attack had damaged the vast majority of its functions. 13, okay? Oh, Sojuro is dead. Rip. Aoko's breathing was heavy as she ran. Desperation sparkled her brain into overdrive. The ceiling seemed to be collapsing in slow motion. Life seemed so flash before her very eyes. Each second stretched into 5. Her frayed nerves made it hard to tell the time. Ooh. There was... okay. There was debris riddled throughout the stairway, forcing her to crawl up it. She emerged from the destroyed basement to the collapsing first floor. Entrance corridor. That the plaza was still traversable at all was a miracle in itself, and fortunately for her, the circle path to the exit was still intact. I made it! The corridor to the entrance was still intact. The basement... we know. The basement maze only extended as far as the plaza, so the entrance corridor wouldn't collapse. Only the ceiling would cave in, leaving the scaffolding surround... intact. Surround? Okay. She got herself this far by telling... oh, is this... electricity? She got herself this far by telling herself repeatedly that the fate would decide whether or not she reached the plaza. Her gamble paid off. It was her lucky day. All she had to do was master at last of her strength and keep moving forward until... She hesitated for a fraction of a second. Was it naivety? A sense of responsibility? She pushed aside the image that popped into her head and continued running down the corridor. We don't have time of luxury of coordinating the timing with each other to put this off. This is not the greatest plan in the world, but we both need to do our parts and get to the exit as quickly as possible. This was 5 minutes ago, At the time, Sujiro had noted with trepidation. Trepidation? Inaoko had not bothered to ask herself why. What are you spacing out for? Just focus on running! The corridor was giving out too. If she were to look back, she was sure she would see the building collapsing in on her. She was also sure he had no time to waste doing so. Her luck was fading as fast as the building's structural integrity. It was a small miracle that she had escaped a serious injury up to this point, and she could not afford even the slightest slip-up. An ankle sprain, loss of balance, or even a sneeze would be fatal. A simple pat in the back was enough to end it. So naturally... Oh, there it was, clear as a day. From the depths of the stairway, death has arisen to take her down with it. A corpse that had crawled its way up from the depths of hell itself. It was still operational. It was still armed with curses. It had crawled after her, watching as Aoko desperately tried to save herself. The puppet's arm shot forward. While Aoko did not turn to meet it, she could see its reflection in the mirrors. She's having fun. But what if she had one in the chamber? That's not how much work. Extend. This time she could not dodge it. There was absolutely nothing she could do. The puppet was your face sound, okay? I invite you to die a muddy death. Become as whispering dust. Gorge out your heart. On the first twilight, gorge your heart and die. Death be upon you. For a moment, she could not believe her eyes. It was the last thing she'd expected to see. Don't know when to give up, do you? A fierce expression adorned the face of a boy who had been waiting in the plaza as he smashed the puppet's outstretched arm. Anger really did not suit him at all. His weapon of choice was a fire extinguisher. He must have searched the maze for something to use as a weapon. No, never mind that! It was too crazy to contemplate, but had he stayed behind for her? Shizuki! Aoko stopped her feet. Aoko stopped defeat. Stop defeat! Aoko stopped defeat she had sworn would never stop moving. This is horrible. And extended a hand out of him. Horrible sentence. That's enough! Leave it! We have to go! Sujiro tossed the fire extinguisher aside and took off running. So I don't know if it happens to you or not, but I do always find it weird how complete the thought is when you speak out loud, like saying, this is it, out loud feels a bit weird when you think about it, or having, I need to get to the exit out loud feels weird, not... This is not specific to this, just weird in general. Probably. Maybe? Probably. I don't know, I kind of tune it out because it's fiction, so I don't really give a shit. It's probably valid, like, criticism, literally, style criticism. I can see it. Pieces of the ceiling continue to collapse like dominoes. They kept moving, with dust and dirt following in their wake. Shadow traced through the collapsing corridor with all their strength. Yay! Finally, oh my god, we're so close to greatness. The castle was in the throes of death? It was a massive crash and cloud of dust. The final chapter of the fairy tale that has been Kidsy Land, came to an abrupt end. Rip? This is it? Is it? No, of course it's not. Ness was right in this, so it cannot be the end. This duel to death was over. For a moment, amidst their swirling emotions, any past enmity was forgotten. Enmity? This how you say it? Enmity? The two collapsed on the law and basked in a strange solidarity. The ringing in their ears subsided before long. A tremor of such magnitude seemed impossible in an amusement park like this. But wait, there is more! Absolutely. As the sound of destruction echoed across the park, Aoko addressed the individual at her side. Hey, you alive? Hmm? Disc. Well, the click of your tongue was adorable. Chill? The meaning behind it was anything but. Aozaki, what happened to this thing? What do you think? It was crushed to bits. Or was it? Sujiro sighed, not wholly... What? Hold on. Not wholly relieved by her frank response. His reason? Never mind this thing. You should be worrying about yourself. He wasn't out of the woods yet, after all. Aozaki still have like... when we stopped on 17 shots? Aozaki, I'm guessing you were a bit of a bully as a kid. The fuck? Maybe, but I don't get a kick out of seeing people suffer. Never mind that. Do you know the situation you're in right now? She sat up and smiled. Sujiro hung his head in shame, wondering why her kind tone and expression were so chilling. Please accept my sincerest apologies. Oh no, don't you even start. You know what our agreement was, and a deal is a deal. If you help on your end of the bargain, I'd let you go. Exactly. And that's why I'm apologizing. Sujiro made a show of avoiding her eyes, like a pouncing child. Naoko was taken aback by the sulky display. Perhaps he was angry at himself rather than her. He was not mad because she would not let him go. He was mad that he had not done his part. Naoko signed for what seemed like a millionth time this day. She could not figure out what surprises her more, his unconditional kindness or her naive approval of it. So, are you ready? Of course not, but a promise is a promise. In the end, I failed to do my part. It was certainly the case that he failed to do any of the things she had expected of him. But just then, she glanced back at the collapsed house of mirrors. What had he done after failing so spectacularly? He had searched for the extinguisher so he could use it as a weapon, and waited patiently in the plaza as the maze collapsed all around him just because he thought it was wrong to leave her behind. It was a foolish choice, and the exact opposite of her choice to run towards the exit without hesitation. Suppose I'll take it. She was satisfied, even as she was shocked by how naive she was being. It was true that he had saved her. Oh my god. She stumbled. This is it. She smiled inwardly, admiring, if only for a moment, the brevity he continued to show in the face of such extreme circumstances. Man, you may have blown your chance, but you did make up for it after the fact. I'll keep my promise. With a nod, she pulled herself to her feet. Just say you don't want to kill him after all this, lady. But you'll pay back this favor someday. The girl tried to keep a straight face as she offered a hand to the boy still lying on the ground. You managed to help me in the end. So because of that, I let you off the hook for tonight. But tomorrow though, tomorrow. She bashfully averted her gaze. Oh my god, it's that part. Though her profile appeared different than it had in the past, it was clearly still the face of a vibrant girl he met the day he first arrived in town. What are you staring at? As if she had felt his eyes on her, she shot him a throwing glare. Oh, sorry. It's just, as crazy as it say out loud, you really are a fair person, Aozaki. He took her outstretched hand. Feeling the weight as she pulled him up, she could not help but think that he was about the last person he wanted to hear that from. What happened to all the injuries that you both endured? What happened to that? By the way, you said you'd let me off the hook for tonight. What about tomorrow? Well, we just have to see. She shrugged her shoulders as if she was not sure herself. The response was so unlike her that it made Sujiro smile. Well, was it the solidarity of having accepted death together, or their fleeting camaraderie that made him do so? It might have been for this night only, but the air between them was kind and gentle. You losers. A lot have transpired, but the midwinter nightmare had come to an end. Or is it? The pair had overcome many trials and tribulations. Trials and tribulations mentioned, and could not leave the mirror realm in their wake. But before that,
随分と身勝手ね。
how selfish
そ
of
れ
you.
はあなた一人で
And
決
who,
め
may
て
I
いいこ
ask,
とだ
said you
った
could decide that, Alka? Ooh, she's mad. The cutie's mad. It was the voice of a beautiful songbird and a merciless machine, all rolled into one. Alice. Her voice quivered as she spoke the name. Yo! Look at her, so cute, so cute. The lady in black made her presence known. Black? It's blue, my man. The night was not yet over. Her name was Alice Kanoji. We know! She was a witch whose name struck fear into the heads of Alko, an avatar of the night who would allow no witnesses. Are we done? Oh, yay! Oh my god. It's true that he had saved her. He's like, he saved her after all. Anyway, oh, right. Can use 3 dots. You just have to imagine. Hold on, I'm gonna fix the 3 dots thing. Hold on, I'm gonna fix it live. Wait, can I? I think I can. Chat moderation. Links, cups, emotes, excess symbols disabled. Here we go. You can type the dots now. I fixed it. Try it. Oh shit. I'm gonna try it. Don't try it. Don't try it. Don't try it. Hi. Yeah, okay, it's chill. Because if you tried it the second time, they would, and it would still on, they would, time you out for 600 seconds or something, whatever. Thank you, Nightbot. Very useful. Are we done? I think we're done. Unless there's more? No. Ooh, look at this one. It's like a big tome. Ah, no, I don't want it. 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 This would be useful later. What? Yay! Okay, I'm done for today. This is enough reading. I'm really tired, surprisingly. Yeah, this second part doesn't seem good. They're gonna kill him. They're gonna kill him for sure. Ollie's gonna be like, let's kill him. Let's kill him. Aozaki? Hmm. Hmm. Very slow. Well, this is the third stream? Well, second one was short. But the first stream was 4 hours, second stream was 2 hours and was worthless. We did not move the plot at all. And this one was basically like one chapter, which also didn't really move the plot. Well, we did find out a lot of stuff here. So maybe it's not that bad. The Night of the Witches. Yeah. That's it. 420. Thank you for watching and chatting. Bye bye.